Chapter 4356. The genius from the heavenly human tribe exchanged blows with Yi Ling, and Lu Ming could see his combat strength. This was because the prodigy of the heavenly human clan had already exhausted all his strength in order to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. 9-star combat strength. The genius from the heavenly human tribe had a 9-star combat strength. Such combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Among all the geniuses from the heavenly human tribe that Lu Ming had seen, he was the most powerful one. However, he only had an ordinary 9-star combat strength, while Yi Ling had a peak 9-star combat strength. Therefore, the genius from the heavenly human tribe was the one who was forced to retreat. However, they were both 9-star combat strength. Even if there was a slight difference, it was not a big difference. It did not mean that Yi Ling would definitely win a battle. There were many factors that determined the outcome of a battle. Combat experience, mental strength, and adaptability could all affect the outcome of a battle. Of course, if the difference in combat strength was too great, it would be a different story. Kill! The genius from the heavenly human tribe shouted and continued to attack Yi Ling. At the same time, Yichu Haohan seized the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Boundless divine skill, heavenly punishment battle saber. Yichu Haohan shouted. The moment he attacked, he raised his combat strength to the maximum and used his strongest killing move. Naturally, he also controlled the strongest heavenly power. It was the heavenly punishment force. He held the battle saber in his hand, and the heavenly punishment force exploded. The saber radiance was shocking, and it slashed down, wanting to cut Lu Ming in half. Sky-splitting move. Facing Yichu Haohan's attack, Lu Ming did not hold back and pushed his combat strength to the maximum. Battle character art, 7 times combat strength, sky-splitting move, whoosh. Lu Ming turned into a spear radiance and broke through the air, exchanging blows with Yichu Haohan. This move also caused both of them to retreat. However, the scene was almost exactly the same as Yi Ling and the genius from the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming retreated less, while Yichu Haohan retreated more. Lu Ming realized that Yichu Haohan's combat strength was similar to that of the genius from the heavenly human tribe. He also had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer and 9 stars. As for Lu Ming, although his cultivation was 1 level lower than his opponent's, he possessed battle prowess at the peak of 12-star. In a direct confrontation, Lu Ming's combat strength was above Yichu Haohan's. Damn it! How is this possible? Yichu Haohan roared in his heart, filled with shock. How could Lu Ming's battle prowess be so strong? He had a 9-star battle prowess, and his cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. But in a head-on confrontation, he was actually inferior to Lu Ming. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming possessed 12 stars of battle prowess? 12 stars of battle prowess. What kind of concept was this? This was definitely a world-shaking matter, because according to what he knew, in the entire celestial race, those whose battle prowess could reach 12 stars could be counted on one hand. Let's attack together and kill this person. Yichu Haohan roared. Kill. Around them, the others also made their moves. All kinds of attacks were like a tide, rushing towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were many 9th-layer Emperor God existences. In the past few years, the number of 9th-layer Emperor God experts in the celestial race had increased by quite a lot. However, before the celestial race members made their move, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had already joined forces and rushed towards a direction. This was because they had secretly exchanged information and planned to break out of the encirclement together. Although their current battle prowess had increased by many times compared to a few years ago, there were too many experts in the celestial race, and many of them were stronger than them. There was still no match for them in terms of battle prowess alone. Escape was the best option. The two of them joined forces and rushed towards the direction where the celestial race members were the weakest. A ray of sword light and a ray of spear light gathered together, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. The celestial race members in that direction hurriedly tried to block it. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were right. The celestial race members in that direction were indeed weaker. After the two sides' attacks collided, the celestial race members could not help but retreat. In this way, There was a flaw in the encirclement around Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming and Yi Ling immediately used their strongest movement techniques. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora skill and turned into an aurora. In a flash, he rushed out of the encirclement. Yi Ling was not bad either. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed out of the encirclement after a few flashes. After rushing out of the encirclement, the two of them quickly flew in the same direction. Chase after them. Damn it, don't let them escape. Inform the others to stop them on their way back. Don't let them return to the high-grade earth vein. Yichu Haohan and the others shouted. At the same time, they passed the message to the other experts of the celestial race who were rushing over. They asked the experts of the celestial race who were closer to the high-grade earth vein to stop Lu Ming and Yi Ling from returning to the high-grade earth vein. This was because that high-grade earth vein had a terrifying tree. Once Lu Ming and Yi Ling returned, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming. At the same time, they chased after Lu Ming and Yi Ling as fast as they could. However, they guessed wrong. Lu Ming did not intend to return to the high-grade earth vein at all. Instead, he rushed in another direction. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were more than 10 celestial race experts following Lu Ming and Yi Ling. More celestial race experts from other directions had arrived. We're almost there. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A mountain range appeared in front of them. They were about to reach their destination. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them flew over the mountain range like two rays of light. Then, they suddenly stopped in midair and looked back at the celestial race experts who were rushing over. The celestial race experts behind them were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming and Yi Ling had suddenly stopped. No matter what the reason is, with so many of us joining forces, even if they have some tricks up their sleeves, they won't be able to escape death. Don't split up. Let's attack together. Yichu Haohan and the rest shouted. They did not slow down and continued to rush toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling at an alarming speed. However, when they got close to Lu Ming and Yi Ling, their pupils shrank. That was because they saw a shocking scene. In the valley below, there was a towering tree. This towering tree left a deep impression on them, especially Yichu Haohan, who had been taught a lesson in blood. Many of his experts had become food for this tree. That's right. This tree was very similar to the tree on the high-grade earth vein that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were in. It was almost the same. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Bam! 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 The ground exploded. Hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground like terrifying whips and poisonous snakes. They swept toward the celestial race experts. At the same time, more than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts screamed and rushed toward the celestial race experts from the ground. Be alert! Defend! Defend! The celestial race experts shouted. However, this scene was far beyond their expectations. They had never expected such a tree to appear here. By the time they saw the tree, its attack had already begun. They were in chaos, and it was too late for them to defend themselves. Chapter 43:57. In such a short time, the heavenly human tribe members did not have time to defend themselves. Hundreds of roots and more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts had already reached them. Many of the heavenly humans were wrapped up by the roots. With a squeeze, the bodies of the heavenly humans exploded. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots of the tree. In addition, more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts had entered the bodies of more than a dozen heavenly human tribe members. Their bodies shriveled up, and their essence, chi, soul, and flesh and blood were all devoured. In an instant, nearly 50 heavenly human tribe members had died. The remaining heavenly human tribe members were all above the 7th layer of the great god realm. They were quick to react and had great combat strength. That was how they managed to survive. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming kept shouting and giving orders to the tree. The roots of the tree kept attacking crazily. More than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts were also screaming and fighting crazily. The remaining 80 or so heavenly human tribe members were in a difficult situation. They could not form an effective defense, and many of them were killed by the tree. Retreat! Retreat first! Yichu Hao shouted and rushed out crazily. Even Yi Chu Hao, who had such combat strength, was in danger when facing such a tree. If he was not careful, he could die. They had to rush out and form a battle formation to fight against the tree. Now, they were being attacked by the roots and the disaster-avoiding ghosts. Everyone was in a mess and could not form a battle formation successfully. "Let's attack too," Lu Ming said to Yi Ling. "That's what I want." Yi Ling smiled hideously, and his killing intent was like a knife. The two of them looked around the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, their eyes lit up and they attacked at the same time. The two of them flashed and rushed out like lightning. Lu Ming rushed toward the brawny heavenly human tribe member. The brawny heavenly human tribe member was at the 9th layer of the great god realm and had 6 stars of combat strength. He was not much weaker than Lu Ming. It would be difficult for Lu Ming to kill him in a head-on fight. However, this person had just been struck by one of the tree's roots. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated, giving Lu Ming an opportunity. Lu Ming unleashed the heaven-breaking style and transformed into a beam of spear gleam. He dashed forward and pierced a hole through the man's glabella. A cultivator of the 9th great supreme god layer had died, and Lu Ming had taken his ring. As for the other one, Yi Ling also succeeded. He also killed a strong man of the heavenly human tribe who had the strength of the 9th layer of the great supreme god layer. Unfortunately, geniuses like Yi Chu Haohan had high talent and high status. Others would risk their lives to protect them. It was very difficult to find such a good opportunity. After Lu Ming killed a celestial race expert, his figure flashed, and he retreated far away. He continued to observe. Once he saw a celestial race member fall into a passive state, he would immediately counterattack and launch a fatal attack. It was the same for Yi Ling. The two of them were not affected by the roots of the giant tree and the evil-avoiding ghosts, so they could come and go as they pleased. In addition, their battle prowess was extremely powerful. For the heavenly human tribe, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The heavenly human tribe members were being killed one by one. Soon, the number of heavenly human tribe members was reduced to about 50. At that moment, the heavenly human tribe members finally broke out of the encirclement and started to run away. They only stopped when they reached a place where the evil-avoiding ghosts could not chase after them. "It's a pity that the tree is good for defense, but it's not good for offense," Lu Ming sighed. However, Lu Ming was very satisfied that he had been able to kill so many heavenly human tribe members this time. After all, the tree had been planted by accident a few years ago. At that time, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had just entered the core area. They wanted to see if the black seed was useful in the core area, so they had thrown it here. At that time, they had regretted that they had wasted a seed. They had not thought that it would come in handy now. Previously, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had purposely come here to lure the heavenly human tribe members here. Then, they had killed a large number of heavenly human tribe members. Damn it. Where did these bastards get so many terrifying trees? The heavenly human tribe members were furious. However, they were also frightened and did not dare to continue attacking Lu Ming and the rest. "Sorry, I have as many of these trees as you want." Yi Ling laughed, and a black seed appeared in his hand. He held the black seed and walked towards the heavenly human tribe members. "Ah, damn it. That tree grew from this seed. It can grow in a very short period of time." "Retreat." After seeing the black seed in Yi Ling's hand, Yi Chu Haohan shouted in horror. He had seen the black seed germinate and grow into a towering tree with his own eyes. "What? They still have more? Damn it." "Retreat." The heavenly human tribe members did not dare to let Yi Ling get close to them. They quickly retreated. Yi Ling followed closely behind the heavenly human tribe members as they retreated. His speed became faster and faster as he chased after the heavenly human tribe members. The heavenly human tribe members did not dare to stay. "Damn it. Let's leave this place first." In the end, the heavenly human tribe members decided to leave this place first to make further plans. They gathered together and flew at full speed. Yi Ling did not chase after them. Soon, the heavenly human tribe members completely disappeared from this area. Yi Ling returned and met up with Lu Ming. The two of them did not stop and continued to head towards the high-grade earth vein where the angels were. They did not encounter any danger. Soon, they arrived at the high-grade earth vein that the angels were occupying. This high-grade earth vein was not smaller than the one that Lu Ming and the rest had occupied previously. From afar, it was misty and looked like a fairyland. There's still a lot of desolation she left here. That's great. Yiling was overjoyed. Lu Ming also smiled. Sure enough, the angels did not control many pill furnaces. The remaining desolation she in this high-grade earth vein was still quite rich. It could definitely condense a large number of desolation pills. The two of them rushed towards the high-grade earth vein. Who is it? Do you want to die? A few angry shouts came from the mountain range. More than a dozen figures rushed into the sky and blocked Lu Ming and the rest. It was indeed the angels. The younger generation had angel wings and was covered in pure, white holy light. You, Mu Yun, it's Mu Yun. One of the burly men from the angel clan recognized Lu Ming and could not help shouting. What? It's Mu Yun. How dare he come here? No matter what the reason is, let's kill him first. These more than 10 experts of the angel race were filled with cold, murderous intent. Sacred light burst forth as they charged toward Lu Ming. A 9th-level divine god, Lu Ming muttered. Among the dozen angels, only one was a 9th-level divine god. The rest were all below that level. Lu Ming did not take this level of strength to heart. He clenched his fist, and a long spear condensed. The long spear shook, and a sharp spear light burst out. Chapter 43:58. Lu Ming condensed his forbidden energy into a long spear. At the same time, he used the sky-breaking technique. Suddenly, more than a dozen spear lights shot toward the angels. The angels were shocked. They roared to the sky and tried their best to defend themselves. Unfortunately, it was useless. The spear lights pierced through their defenses. Their foreheads were pierced by the spear lights. Their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. The angels were all killed, including the one in the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Although the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm had a high cultivation level, his fighting strength was not very strong. He only had 4 stars of fighting strength, which was 2 stars lower than Lu Ming. He was killed instantly. However, at this time, all the angels in the mountain range were alarmed. Mu Yun, you're courting death. How dare you come here and kill the angels? How dare you? Angry roars were heard. Dazzling holy light shot up to the sky. Many figures rushed out from the mountain range. Some of them were from the angels. Their auras were very terrifying. The angels were one of the top 10 clans. They were very strong. Many of them had reached the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In addition, many of them had improved rapidly after entering the Taishang Immortal City. Naturally, there were many experts. Lu Ming and Yiling realized that there were more than 29th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts among the people who rushed out. The angels were different from the Heavenly Human Clan. The Heavenly Human Clan's people were scattered in more than a dozen high-grade earth veins. The angels' experts in this star palace were all gathered in this high-grade earth vein. There were many experts. Given Lu Ming and Yiling's combat power, they were naturally no match for so many angel experts. However, they had come prepared. The black seed appeared in Yiling's hand again. Whoosh! Yiling threw the black seed on the ground. The black seed sprouted at an astonishing speed and grew rapidly. The eyes of the angels widened. Then they were filled with fear because they recognized this kind of tree. This was because when the heavenly human race besieged Lu Ming and the rest, many people from the angel race had participated in that battle. It's the tree that killed the heavenly human clan. Damn it, they still have more. They actually still have more. Retreat! Retreat! The angels roared. They were incomparably terrified. They had a very deep shadow in their hearts towards this kind of tree. Even the celestial clan couldn't do anything to this type of tree, suffering disastrous losses under this type of tree. So how could they not be traumatized? Kill! Yiling shouted softly. He controlled the tree and launched an attack. Roots rushed out of the ground, and 10 or so disaster-avoiding ghosts howled as they rushed towards the angels. Quite a number of angels were killed right there, and then none of the angels in the entire mountain range dared to resist. Like birds startled by the twang of a bow, they scattered in all directions. Because the angels reacted quickly, they fled in terror as soon as they saw the tree growing. Not many of them were killed by the tree. By the time the tree grew and Yi Ling gave the order to attack, many of the angels had already fled far away. In the end, they managed to kill a dozen or so angels. The rest of the angels managed to escape. Unfortunately, I didn't see Gabbard, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Originally, he was wondering if he could see Gabbard here. If he saw Gabbard, he could get rid of Gabbard. Unfortunately, he didn't see any trace of Gabbard. After the angels fled, the two of them stepped into the air and entered the mountain range. From now on, this high-grade earth vein would be theirs. They took out their pill furnaces and continued to condense the primitive pills. Unfortunately, the number of pill furnaces in Lu Ming's hands didn't increase. Although they had killed 70 or 80 Celestial Clan experts earlier, they didn't have a single pill furnace in their storage rings. Lu Ming guessed that these Celestial Clan experts had placed their pill furnaces in the earth vein. After all, there were many Celestial Clan experts. If they placed their pill furnaces in the earth vein, as long as someone took care of them, they could continuously condense primitive pills. However, they couldn't condense any primitive pills even if they carried them with them. However, although they didn't obtain any pill furnaces, they did obtain a lot of primitive pills. The 70 or 80 Celestial Clan experts had nearly 100 million primitive pills. They were all divided between Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming resumed his previous life. He refined the desolate pill while comprehending the secret skill. The news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had occupied the high-grade earth vein of the Angel Clan also spread. When the Celestial Clan heard about it, they were infuriated. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the others had the protection of the giant tree. They couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. They could only continue to accumulate strength. When more people broke through to the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, they could form the 9 Heavens Battle Formation to kill Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Lu Ming's primitive pills increased by another 300 million. In addition to the 350 million primitive pills he had before, Lu Ming had about 650 million primitive pills. He still had a long way to go before he could break through to the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. Yi Ling had more pill furnaces than Lu Ming, so he could refine more primitive pills than Lu Ming. However, he was only at the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. If he wanted to break through to the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, he would need at least 2 billion primitive pills. At that moment, the primitive chi in the high-grade earth vein was becoming thinner and thinner. After all, this high-level earth meridian had been occupied by the angels for about 5 years. More than half of the primeval energy had been used up. In the past 3 years, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had refined nearly 700 million primeval pills. The primeval energy of this high-level spirit wheat was almost depleted. At that moment, Lu Ming and the others had been in the Taishang Immortal City for almost 8 years. The two of them didn't leave. They continued to refine primitive pills. However, as the primitive chi became thinner and thinner, their refining speed became slower and slower. In the blink of an eye, another 8 years passed. They had been in the Taishang Immortal City for 16 years. In the past 8 years, Lu Ming had refined a little more than 150 million primitive pills. The total number of primitive pills he had was 800 million, but it still wasn't enough to break through. The primitive chi in the high-grade earth vein was almost used up. At that moment, the primitive chi in the high-grade earth vein occupied by the Heavenly Human Clan was almost used up. However, after so many years, the Heavenly Human Clan had become stronger and stronger. They had more and more experts of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. Some of the young geniuses had already broken through to the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. However, they still didn't attack Lu Ming and the others because it wasn't enough. They needed more time to gather more experts. When they attacked Lu Ming again, they needed to kill him in one strike. Chapter 43:59. However, the desolation chi in the high-grade earth vein was almost depleted. The heavenly human tribe began to shift their positions and began to invade the earth veins occupied by other tribes. For example, the high-grade earth veins occupied by the top 10 tribes. Those tribes were angry but did not dare to speak up. They could only swallow their anger. At this time, Lu Ming and Yi Ling also left the high-grade earth vein and headed to other places. They also went to look for earth veins to refine elixirs. However, they did not have the seeds and naturally did not dare to go to the high-grade earth veins. They only went to the ordinary ones. The tribes that occupied the ordinary earth veins were not that strong. The two of them could handle them. However, the two of them kept a low profile. They changed their appearances and secretly entered the ordinary earth veins to refine desolation pills. When they were discovered, they attacked and defeated the people of those tribes. Almost no one from those tribes had seen Lu Ming before. Naturally, they could not recognize Lu Ming's life origin energy. They only thought that two powerful experts had come. In addition, Lu Ming and Yi Ling only occupied a corner of the earth vein and did not kill them. They only defeated these people. These people had no choice but to let Lu Ming and Yi Ling refine elixirs in their earth veins. When the desolation chi in this earth vein became thin, Lu Ming and Yi Ling left and continued to look for the next earth vein. However, even when they went to other earth veins, the desolation chi became thinner and thinner. The speed at which they refined desolation pills became slower and slower. Soon, more than 10 years had passed. Lu Ming only had 900 million desolation pills. It was still less than 2 billion. At this time, they had been in the Grand Supreme Immortal City for almost 30 years. The 50-year period was not far away. According to the records, in the last 20 years, some strange places will appear in each star palace. They may be important celestial lands or sacred places with destinies. We are about to enter the last 20 years. I wonder what kind of strange places will appear in our star palace. Yi Ling said as Lu Ming and Yi Ling were discussing matters on a mountain peak. There are still 3 months before we enter the last 20 years. There will definitely be news then. Let's go back first. Lu Ming said. He was referring to the high-grade earth vein at the beginning. It was the earth vein where the Heaven Destroyer was. According to the records, some strange phenomena would appear before such strange places appeared. There were Heaven Destroyer's people in that high-grade earth vein. They might be able to get some information after they returned. The two sneakily returned and found earth vein. The desolation chi here is almost depleted. After they returned to the earth vein, Lu Ming. Back when they had left, the desolate chi in this high-grade earth vein had become much thinner, but it was still enough to refine quite a few desolate pills. Now a desolation was. Although it, desolation, the desolation here. Earth desolation, not desolation. The members of the Sky Exterminating Army were still there, and not to the seeds. As seeds, they would be hunted down by the Heavenly Palace if they left desolation. Lu Ming and Yi Ling found Xianxia after they returned. They asked if there was any unusual news. There is indeed unusual news. I'm afraid a hidden area is about to appear in the northernmost part. Xianxia said. Hidden area? What do you mean? Lu Ming and Yi Ling were curious. Not an immortal abode or immortal mountain, but a hidden area? Yes, it's a hidden area. Previously, that area was isolated by a mysterious force. We couldn't sense it or enter it. But recently, the mysterious force has been fading. The hidden area is about to appear. Xianxia said. What's in that hidden area? Yi Ling asked. Based on what we can observe, there shouldn't be anything special in that area. It's similar to the core area. It should contain some earth veins. It's very likely that the desolation chi in the earth vein is denser than the high-grade earth vein here, Xianxia said. Lu Ming and Yi Ling glanced at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. What do they lack the most now? What he lacked the most was desolate pills. And now, there was a hidden area in the Star Palace that contained earth veins. The Desolation Chi was even denser than the high-grade Desolation Chi. If they could occupy such a place and continuously condense desolation pills, their cultivation would definitely improve. Yiling could easily reach the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Even Lu Ming could look forward to reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. If Lu Ming wanted to break through from the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need at least 12 billion desolation pills. 12 billion desolation pills. Lu Ming had thought that it was hopeless, but now there was hope again. According to the information given by Senior Fei Huang, once the 30 years are up, these mysterious places will truly appear, Lu Ming thought. Rumor has it that the heavenly human tribe and the other tribes have started to make preparations. They have surrounded that area so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through. Once that area officially appears, they will enter and occupy it. With our strength, it will be difficult for us to compete with them. Tian Xinhua sighed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling frowned slightly. That was indeed the case. Now that the great desolation Chi in the core area was almost depleted, everyone's attention was on the hidden area. They could imagine that there would be a fierce competition. And the Heaven Destroyer in this star palace was not strong. It was far from being a match for the Heavenly Palace. It could not compete with the people of the Heavenly Palace. Do you have any more of those trees? Tian Xinhua asked, looking hopefully at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. If they had more of those trees, they might be able to get a share in the hidden area. No more. Lu Ming and Yi Ling shook their heads. Tian Xinhua looked disappointed. Then, the three of them discussed for a while. Lu Ming and Yi Ling said goodbye and left. Lu Ming, how many desolation pills do you need to break through? Yi Ling asked. At least 300 million. Lu Ming said, Here, I have 500 million here. I'll lend it to you first. Anyway, I don't have enough for a breakthrough. You can return it to me when we enter the hidden area later. Yi Ling took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming gave a fist salute and took it without hesitation. Now was not the time to be polite. The desolation pills in their hands were not enough for them to break through. However, if Yi Ling gave Lu Ming a portion of the desolation pills, Lu Ming would have enough desolation pills to break through. After all, Lu Ming was not far behind, but Yi Ling was far behind. Chapter 4360. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the next cultivation level, his fighting strength would increase tremendously and he would surpass Yi Ling. That would be a great advantage for them in the hidden region. This way, it would be of great help to both of them. Both of them understood this principle. Lu Ming had enough desolation pills, so he started cultivating in seclusion to break through to the next cultivation level. A large amount of desolation pills kept entering Lu Ming's mouth. They turned into forbidden energy and increased Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's strength kept increasing. This time, it took Lu Ming 10 days to break through to the 8th Great Supreme God layer. As for the number of Great Desolation pills consumed, it reached a total of 2 billion. However, it was all worth it. Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously after reaching the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Yi Ling, who was also of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, was no longer a match for Lu Ming. If he fought against Lu Ming, he would probably be killed instantly. Lu Ming, who was of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, was almost invincible in the Great Supreme God layer. Only cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer with fighting strength of 9 stars or above could be Lu Ming's match. However, how many creatures in the vast primitive universe could have a 9-star battle prowess? Yi Ling, who was at the peak of 9 stars, was considered a top genius on the side of Heaven Destroyer. Although the heavenly human tribe was talented and had abundant resources, not many of them had a fighting strength of 9 stars. Therefore, Lu Ming's fighting strength was at the peak of the Great Supreme God layer. However, it was still not enough. Although there were not many people in the heavenly human tribe who had a fighting strength of 9 stars, there were still some. Putting everything else aside, Lu Ming had encountered no less than 3 in this star palace. Yichu Haoan was one of them. If the other great supreme god experts of the heavenly human tribe formed a battle formation, Lu Ming would definitely not be a match for them. If he wanted to fight against the heavenly human tribe for the hidden region, he would not be able to do it on his own. He would need external help. The Black Seed. Yes, Lu Ming's first thought was the Black Seed. If he had a few black seeds, he could enter the hidden area and occupy one of the earth veins. Then, he could use the black seeds to transform into a tree to defend himself. That would be much simpler. There are still 80 days left. It's enough for me to make a trip to the disaster, avoiding sea. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to make another trip to the tribulation, overcoming ocean. After sharing his thoughts with Yi Ling, Lu Ming bade Yi Ling farewell and stepped into the adversity, avoiding sea alone. Now, he was stronger than Yi Ling, and he was the only one controlling the purple copper coffin. Bringing Yi Ling along would not be of any help to him. Now, most of the people were gathered in the periphery of the hidden area. There were almost no heavenly human tribe members in other places. There was no need to worry at all. Lu Ming pushed his speed to the extreme and used the teleportation skill, constantly moving in the direction of the adversity crossing sea. After some time, the vast calamity crossing sea appeared before Lu Ming's eyes again. Lu Ming did not stop. He rushed into the calamity crossing sea directly and used the taboo energy to defend himself. Then, he started searching everywhere. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the strength of the taboo energy could make Lu Ming stay in the calamity crossing sea for a long time. Although it could not make him cross the calamity crossing sea, Lu Ming did not intend to cross the calamity crossing sea. He only searched within the range that he could withstand. If he could not withstand it, he would return immediately. Just like that, time passed day by day. Lu Ming searched for more than a month without any results. After searching for more than a month, he did not see the tree. It seemed that the number of such trees in the calamity crossing sea should be very small. Lu Ming did not give up and continued searching. Another half a month passed. That is, on this day, Lu Ming was flying when his eyes suddenly lit up. A towering tree appeared in front of Lu Ming. This towering tree was almost exactly the same as the black seed that Lu Ming had obtained in the calamity crossing sea. On the branches, there were more than a dozen calamity crossing ghosts. They seemed to have discovered Lu Ming. They opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming, emitting a terrifying light. The strength of these calamity crossing ghosts was extremely terrifying. They were not comparable to the calamity crossing ghosts that Lu Ming had condensed from the black seed in the core region. The difference was too great. The calamity crossing ghosts in the calamity crossing sea were the real calamity crossing ghosts. Even with Lu Ming's current strength, he would only die if he went against them. There are seeds. What made Lu Ming's eyes light up was that there were also seeds on this tree. There were a total of 4 seeds. 4 seeds. I must get them. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He carried the purple copper coffin and rushed towards the towering tree. The towering tree also immediately launched a counterattack. More than a dozen calamity crossing ghosts let out ear-piercing screams, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, rushing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground and swept towards Lu Ming, making a terrifying whistling sound. This kind of attack was truly terrifying. If the tree that Lu Ming had planted in the core region had this kind of attack power, the people of the heavenly human tribe would not be able to escape as long as they got close. This kind of attack was definitely not something that Lu Ming could resist. Fortunately, Lu Ming had the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming opened the lid of the coffin. The purple copper coffin exuded a supreme and mysterious aura. Once the roots of the big tree or the ghost came into contact with this aura, they retreated in horror, just like a mouse meeting a cat. Lu Ming was unimpeded. He rushed to the vicinity of a seed and successfully plucked it. Then, he rushed to another seed and used the same trick to pluck another one. Soon, all 4 seeds were plucked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated, distancing himself from this place. Then, he took out a seed and examined it carefully. In the end, Lu Ming confirmed that this seed was almost exactly the same as the seed he had obtained previously. Lu Ming squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the seed. This seed was completely under his control. Then, Lu Ming grasped the remaining 3 seeds and left this place. There was still some time. Lu Ming wanted to continue searching to see if he could find more black seeds. Unfortunately, he did not find anything in the following period of time. He did not find any other trees, let alone seeds. Seeing that the 30-year period was almost up, Lu Ming could only leave and rush back. Fortunately, this trip was not in vain. He had obtained 4 seeds that could be of great use at critical moments. Lu Ming had a lot of confidence in the fight for the hidden area this time. After returning, he met up with Yiling. The two of them headed straight for the hidden area. This hidden region was located in the northernmost region. Previously, there had been people who had come here. At that time, this place had been isolated by a layer of powerful energy, and no one had been able to advance. Everyone had thought that this was the edge of a star palace. Who would have thought that there was actually a hidden region here? Chapter 4361. This hidden area was actually connected to the core area, but it had been isolated by a certain power. It could even be said that this hidden area was actually a part of the core area. Recently, that mysterious power had been growing weaker and fainter. The hidden area was also reflected in everyone's eyes. Although they couldn't go in yet, they could see a part of the hidden area from afar. They could vaguely see a few huge mountains crawling on the ground. Mist and desolation chi filled the air. It was incomparably dense. One of the largest mountain ranges seemed to be shrouded in mist that was even thicker than the high-grade earth veins. A large number of people had gathered outside the hidden area. Of course, most of them were the heavenly human race, the top 10 races, and some smaller races, but there weren't many of them. These smaller races didn't dare compete with the heavenly human race. They just wanted to take a bite of the soup. The heavenly human race, and most of the people from the top 10 races were looking at the hidden area with eager eyes. The Taishang Immortal City was divided into 36 star palaces. They were in one of the star palaces. Every star palace would have some magical places slowly emerge after the 30-year period. Some were immortal palaces, some were immortal palaces, some were immortal mountains, etc. Without exception, all of these wondrous places contained great opportunities. The mysterious place that appeared in the star palace they were in should be the hidden area. It contained a large amount of desolation chi. It was also a rare opportunity. Even many people who had reached the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer had eager eyes. It didn't mean that desolation pills were useless after reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer. Actually, desolation pills were very useful for Great Supreme God layer cultivators. After reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer, they could still absorb the energy of desolation pills. When ordinary people cultivated in the Great Supreme God layer, they could create a black hole in their dantian. When they broke through to the Great Supreme God layer, they would create a divine bridge in the black hole. This divine bridge would start from the black hole and extend into the depths of the black hole. It would lead to an eternal, unknown place. The longer the divine bridge, the higher the cultivation. When one successfully connected it to the cosmic sea, they would be able to touch the origin and reach the origin realm. When a cultivator had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer, absorbing the desolate pellet could increase the quality of the black hole and improve the control of the black hole in his dantian. The stronger his control over the black hole in his dantian, the easier it would be to construct the divine bridge in the future. In addition, he could also continuously use the energy of the Great Desolation Pills to strengthen his divine body. The stronger the divine body, the more benefits there would be. Therefore, even cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer wanted the Great Desolate Pellet. The more Great Desolate Pills, the better. 3 more days. After 3 days, the mysterious force that isolated the hidden area will completely disappear. At that time, I will have enough desolate pills to break through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer. I need to accumulate more great desolate pills to strengthen my foundation and build a solid foundation for the divine master realm. Some of the talents of the heavenly human tribe, including those on the universe genius list, had the same thought. What they didn't notice was that not far away, there were two figures silently approaching and hiding in the dark, quietly observing. These two were naturally Lu Ming and Yi Lin. This time, Lu Ming and Yi Lin didn't plan to bring the Heaven Destroyer with them. They had already done all they could for the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Moreover, they needed a huge amount of desolate pills to break through. This time, they had to obtain enough desolate pills for themselves. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the mysterious force completely disappeared. The scene in front of them suddenly became clearer. Swoosh! Swoosh! The heavenly human tribe and the members of the top 10 tribes all rushed toward the hidden area. They all wanted to occupy an earth vein with dense desolate qi. Soon, everyone disappeared into the hidden area. Lu Ming and Yi Lin finally appeared and rushed toward the hidden area. As soon as they entered the hidden area, the two of them felt that the desolate qi here was indeed denser. Soon, the two of them appeared near a huge mountain range. This mountain range was an earth vein. It should be an ordinary earth vein. At this time, a few smaller tribes were competing for this earth vein. Lu Ming and Yi Lin didn't stop. Their target was not an ordinary earth vein, but the highest level earth vein with the densest desolate qi. The two of them continued to fly toward the depths of the hidden area. After flying for a while, they approached an even bigger mountain range. The desolate qi in this mountain range was extremely dense. It was definitely a high-level earth vein. The total amount of desolate qi was even higher than the high-level earth vein in the core area. There were already people fighting for this high-level earth vein. They were two of the top 10 tribes. The hidden area was much smaller than the core area. The number of earth veins in the hidden area was definitely less than that in the core area. Fighting was inevitable. The two of them still didn't stop. Although the concentration of desolate qi in this high-level earth vein was very high, Lu Ming estimated that it should be able to refine more than 2 billion desolate pills. However, the two of them still didn't think much of it. Lu Ming needed 12 billion to break through now. The two of them flew past and continued to search. They didn't even look at the ordinary earth veins. Next, they found a few more high-level earth veins that contained extremely dense, desolate qi. Among them, there was a high-level earth vein that contained more than 3 billion desolate pills. It was already occupied by a group of heavenly human tribe experts. The two of them still didn't make a move. They still didn't want more than 3 billion desolate qi. They decided to look around. If there were no higher-level earth veins, they would occupy this one. After circling around, a huge object appeared in front of them. It was a huge mountain range, which was also an earth vein. It was bigger than any earth vein they had seen before. From afar, it was completely shrouded in dense, desolate qi. Such dense, desolate qi. How many desolate pills can it refine? Yi Ling sucked in a cold breath. Even a fool could see that the desolate qi in this earth vein was much higher than that of other high-level earth veins. It was not just a little higher, but much higher. This earth vein can refine at least 10 billion desolate pills, right? Yi Lin said, "It should be. This earth vein should be the highest level earth vein in the hidden area," Lu Ming said with a fiery light in his eyes. There was hope for him to break through to the 9th level of the divine god realm. 12 billion. Previously, Lu Ming felt that there was no hope for him. It was impossible for him to collect so many desolate pills. Now, there was hope. Chapter 4362. At that moment, several groups of people were fighting for that earth vein. Those people were all from the heavenly human tribe. They were divided into groups and confronted each other. There were more than 100 people in each group, and the leaders were all top prodigies. The heavenly human tribe was not a monolithic entity. On the contrary, the internal competition was more intense than any other tribe. The heavenly human tribe controlled the primordial universe and endless resources. If one had the right to speak in the heavenly human tribe, it was equivalent to controlling the entire primordial universe. Who wouldn't be tempted? Competition, suppression, and even killing each other would happen from time to time. They would only work together when facing a common enemy like the Heaven Exterminating Army. Once their interests were involved, the competition would be very intense. At that moment, the groups of heavenly human tribe cultivators were confronting each other. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to break out. I saw this earth vein first, so it should be mine. Don't go too far. One of the heavenly human tribe prodigies roared. He looked at the other groups with anger. Ridiculous. You found it first, so it's yours? This is the Grand Supreme Immortal City. It's an ownerless land. Anyone has the right to occupy it. Another prodigy sneered. That's right. If you want to occupy this earth vein, let's talk with strength. The third prodigy said coldly with a strong fighting spirit. There were a total of 4 groups, and the leaders were all top prodigies. The fourth prodigy did not speak, but his cold eyes said everything. However, although the atmosphere was tense, a battle did not break out. If a battle broke out, it would definitely lead to a chaotic battle. The consequences would be unpredictable, and it would be difficult to predict how many people would die. Those people were their subordinates. If they lost too many people, it would be very detrimental to their future development. More importantly, none of them had the ability to suppress the other groups. Once a chaotic battle broke out, things would get out of control. They hesitated and confronted each other, but no battle broke out. Damn it, let's go. In the end, a group of people retreated. Instead of wasting their time here, they might as well occupy another high-level earth vein. The high-level earth veins there generally had richer primordial chi than the high-level earth veins in the core area. It was not a bad idea to occupy one to refine pills. In that case, there were 3 groups of people left. They were still confronting each other and did not fight. How about this? It's not a good idea to just stand here like this. Why don't we split the earth vein equally? Finally, a paragon said, Split equally? The other 2 sky prides began to ponder. All right, I agree. I agree too. Then the other 2 geniuses nodded in agreement. The great desolate chi in this earth vein was simply too dense. It was estimated to contain at least 10 billion great desolate pills, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 other earth veins. Even if the 3 sides split it equally, it would still be worth it. It all depended on who had more pill furnaces. The more pill furnaces he had, the more desolate pills he would be able to obtain. After the 3 parties finished their discussion, they prepared to fly into the mountain range and start refining pills. In the distance, Lu Ming and Yi Ling both looked disappointed. Originally, they wanted to wait for the heavenly human race to start a civil war so that they could sit on the mountain and reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, one of the 4 batches of heavenly human tribe cultivators withdrew, and the remaining 3 batches divided the earth vein equally. Since their hopes were dashed, they could only make a move. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them turned into 2 streaks of light and charged directly towards the earth vein. You guys don't have to discuss anymore. I want this earth vein. Lu Ming spoke, and his voice traveled far. His tone was filled with arrogance, which was especially ear-piercing to the ears of the heavenly human race. That was because half of the arrogance were played by the heavenly human race. Since when did someone dare to act like that in front of them? The 3 batches of heavenly human race cultivators looked in the direction of the voice in unison. Then they saw 2 young men walking in the air, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Mu Yu, it's you. The heavenly human race cultivators were stunned. Naturally, they recognized Lu Ming at a glance. However, they were really stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to appear in front of them of his own accord. Didn't Lu Ming hide whenever he saw them? What was going on? However, they were soon filled with excitement and greed. Who cared what was going on? Since Lu Ming had appeared in front of them of his own accord, they would just kill him. Killing Lu Ming would be a great contribution. Die! Those who reacted quickly had already attacked. The first one to attack was a young genius. His body was like a shooting star as he flew towards Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it forward with incredible power. Without a doubt, he was a top genius. He controlled the divine punishment force, had the cultivation of the 8th great supreme god layer, and had the battle strength of 9 stars. He wasn't any weaker than Yi Chu Haoan. If Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the 8th great supreme god layer, he would have barely been able to gain the upper hand even if he used his full strength. But now, whoosh! A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he thrust it forward. The 2 spear lights were like shooting stars as they collided in the air, emitting dazzling light. However, the process only lasted for a moment. Then, the spear light of the genius from the heavenly human tribe was destroyed. Lu Ming's spear light didn't stop. He continued to attack the genius from the heavenly human tribe. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that the genius from the heavenly human tribe couldn't dodge it. Oh no! The genius from the heavenly human tribe let out an unwilling roar. Then, the spear light pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. A top genius from the heavenly human tribe had fallen. The other members of the heavenly human tribe were all shocked, and their hearts trembled violently. They were shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. As for the demonic genius's underling, he was even more enraged. You killed Prince Yuaning. You're courting death. Kill him. Kill him. The experts from the heavenly human tribe roared furiously as they charged towards Lu Ming and Yiling. At the same time, the other 2 groups of people also attacked. This time, they didn't dare to attack alone. They attacked together. Hundreds of attacks flew towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were about 100 cultivators of the 9th layer of the divine god realm. Compared to 20 years ago, there were obviously more 9th layer of the divine god realm experts in the heavenly human tribe. Apparently, many people from the heavenly human tribe had broken through to the 9th layer of the divine god realm. Generally speaking, the lower one's battle strength was, the fewer resources they would need to break through to the next level. In other words, they would need fewer desolation pills. Not just a little, but a lot. Therefore, they would be able to break through to the next level faster. The top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe usually needed a lot of desolation pills. For example, the genius who had been killed by Lu Ming and Yi Chu Haoan, who was at the middle level, were almost as strong as Yiling. They controlled the strongest heavenly energy. The number of desolation pills they needed to break through to the next level was no less than Yiling's. To break through from the 8th layer of the divine god realm to the 9th layer of the divine god realm, they would need 2 billion desolation pills. Therefore, their cultivation bases were still at the 8th layer of the divine god realm. Chapter 4363. There were more than 100 9th layer divine gods, and many of them had 5-star or 6-star fighting strength. Although Lu Ming was facing them alone, he did not take them seriously. However, when so many of them attacked together, it was terrifying. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, he did not dare to fight them head-on. Retreat! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a force wrapped around Yiling. He retreated rapidly and avoided the attacks. Then, he rushed towards the mountain range. Don't let them escape. Kill them. Kill them. More than 300 heavenly human tribesmen charged towards Lu Ming and Yiling. At that moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they had just been confronting each other. They gathered together and formed a terrifying force. However, at that moment, Lu Ming and Yiling were already close to the mountain range. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a black seed flew out like lightning and landed on the mountain range. As soon as the seed touched the soil, it immediately sprouted. Then it grew at an astonishing speed. The growth speed was incredible. The heavenly human tribesmen who were chasing after them narrowed their eyes in fear. It's that kind of tree. Damn it. Why does he have that kind of tree? Retreat. The heavenly human tribesmen were terrified of the tree. When they saw the tree, their first reaction was to retreat. If they did not retreat, they would be killed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of experts retreated tens of thousands of miles in an instant. That gave the tree more time to grow. Originally, no matter how fast the tree grew, it would take some time. It had just grown, and it was not very powerful. Among the 300 heavenly human tribesmen, there were more than 100 ninth-layer divine gods. They were much stronger than they had been 20 years ago. If they joined forces and attacked the tree before it was fully grown, it would be possible for them to destroy the tree. Unfortunately, they had missed that opportunity. The tree grew rapidly, and its branches extended. On the branches, there were more than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts. When the heavenly human tribesmen reacted, the tree had already grown into a towering tree. Damn it! That kid wants to take over the ley line. We can't let him succeed. The heavenly human tribesmen stood in the distance and looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. However, they did not dare to charge over. From now on, this earth vein is mine. If the heavenly human tribe dares to come close, I'll kill them all. Lu Ming spoke, his voice clearly transmitted into the ears of the heavenly human tribe. This made the celestial clan even more furious. They gnashed their teeth in hatred. He was too arrogant and simply unforgivable. Let's inform the others and gather the other cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. We'll set up the 9 Heavens battle formation. We must kill Lu Ming. That's right. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has such a big tree. I won't allow it. Gather the experts and destroy this tree. Angry roars rang out one after another. The anger of these heavenly human tribe members was about to burst out of their chests. Originally, they wanted to wait a little longer to accumulate more experts before dealing with Lu Ming. But now, they couldn't wait any longer. These heavenly humans immediately went to inform the other heavenly humans. They planned to gather all the experts in this star palace and set up the 9 Heavens battle formation to kill Lu Ming. Looks like they won't give up just like that. They'll gather the others and attack together. Yi Ling said, "Don't worry." Lu Ming smiled, looking calm and composed. He had more than one black seed in his hands now. In addition to the one that he had used, he still had 3 more. If one of the trees couldn't withstand it, he could use the other 3 at the same time. There was enough primitive chi in this earth vein. Even if he used up all the black seeds, it would be worth it. Let's refine the pills first, Lu Ming said. He moved and landed on a flat ground. With a wave of his hand, all the cauldrons flew out and landed on the ground. Then, Lu Ming waved his hands. Waves of forbidden energy flew out and entered the cauldrons. The cauldrons started to absorb the primitive chi to refine the pills. The rich primitive chi in the area gathered toward the cauldrons crazily. Half a day later, the cauldrons were produced. Numerous primitive pills flew out of the cauldrons and were collected by Lu Ming. There are more primitive chi than the high-level earth vein in the core area, but not by much. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that the number of primitive pills produced by a cauldron here was slightly more than the high-level earth vein in the core area. However, it was only 30% more. Logically speaking, the primitive chi in this earth vein was several times thicker than the high-level earth vein in the core area. The number of pills produced by the cauldrons should also skyrocket. It should at least double. However, in fact, it was only 30% more. Lu Ming guessed that this was the limitation of the cauldrons. There was a limit to the number of pills produced by each cauldron. It didn't increase as the primitive chi increased. At this limit, no matter how rich the primitive chi was, the number of pills produced would not increase. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. They only had 20 years to stay in the second level of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. After 20 years, they would have to leave this place to compete for the Origin Seed. However, at this speed, it was impossible to refine 12 billion primitive pills in 20 years. Let's refine them first. If it doesn't work, we can only think of another way. By the way, there's still that guy's storage ring. Lu Ming pondered, and then a storage ring appeared in his hand. This storage ring belonged to the genius of the heavenly human race. He had led a group of people alone and was extremely talented. He wasn't weaker than Yi Chu Howen. Such a top genius must have a lot of cauldrons. As expected, he didn't disappoint Lu Ming. There were hundreds of cauldrons in this person's storage ring. There were cauldrons with a diameter of 1 meter and 3 meters. Even the primitive pills were worth more than 200 million. It was a big harvest, a really big harvest. More than 200 million primitive pills were nothing. The most important thing was that there were more than 100 cauldrons. What Lu Ming lacked the most now was cauldrons. Because the primitive qi in this earth vein was rich enough and there were enough cauldrons, he just didn't have enough cauldrons to refine it. As long as there were enough cauldrons, he could continuously convert the primitive qi into primitive pills. As expected, this kind of genius has a big harvest. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. This kind of genius led a group of people and had the most resources in their hands. Killing one of them was a big harvest. Unfortunately, this kind of genius was usually very difficult to kill because they were protected by a group of experts. The previous one was completely careless. He underestimated Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming alone. He wanted to kill Lu Ming alone, but he was killed by Lu Ming. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be that easy to kill such a genius with a group of experts protecting him. Lu Ming put down more than 100 alchemy cauldrons, activated them, and continued to refine elixirs. Chapter 43-64. With 100 more cauldrons, Lu Ming's alchemy speed had greatly increased. For more than 10 consecutive days, Lu Ming refined elixirs day and night. After 10 days of alchemy, Lu Ming could roughly estimate the number of pills he could produce in a year. In a year, he could make about 200 million desolation pills. It was still not enough. 200 million in a year. That would be 4 billion in 20 years. It was still far from the 12 billion he wanted. He could only take one step at a time. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. "They're here," Lu Ming muttered as he looked into the distance. In the distance, there were flashes of rainbow light. Many figures were flying over. They were all from the heavenly human tribe. There were more than 1,000 of them. Compared to the other tribes, the number of heavenly human tribe members was small. However, the heavenly human tribe members were too talented. Any one of them would be considered a genius among the other tribes in the universe. Therefore, 1,000 heavenly human tribe members was definitely a terrifying force. Yiling also noticed the heavenly human tribe members. He came to Lu Ming's side and looked serious. Soon, the 1,000 heavenly human tribe members arrived near the earth vein. Their powerful auras changed the color of the sky. 9th layer divine gods. Set up the 9 heavens battle formation. This time, we must get rid of Mu Yun. Set up the formation. Get rid of Mu Yun. Everyone will benefit. Begin. Many figures were heard. Then, one figure after another stepped out and stood in various parts of the void. Those people were all cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. 369th Layer Great God Layers. Lu Ming muttered. This time, the heavenly human tribe had sent 360 heavenly human tribe members. It was a grand lineup. 369th Layer divine gods of the heavenly human tribe set up the 9 heavens battle formation. Their auras intertwined and merged, forming a huge figure. This figure was also a heavenly human tribe member. He wore a crown on his head. He was a heavenly human king. He held a battle sword in his hand. His aura was majestic, as if he was the ruler of the universe. He was too tall. Standing in the void, he was even more majestic than a mountain. Boom! He took a step in the air, causing the sky and the ground to tremble. A violent aura rushed towards Lu Ming. The battle sword was 100,000 miles long, and it slashed down towards Lu Ming's head. Such an attack was too terrifying. If it was placed in the starry sky of the universe, it could destroy a large area of the starry sky. Block it! Lu Ming's heart stirred. From the ground, tree roots rushed out. Hundreds of tree roots formed a shield in front of the battle sword. Boom! The battle sword slashed at the shield, causing the shield to shake violently. The roots on the shield were broken one by one. Although it managed to block the attack of the battle sword in the end, the shield made of roots was split in half. It's broken. The tree's defense has been broken. Seeing this scene, all of the heavenly human clansmen were overjoyed. That was because the 9 heavens battle formation had not used its full strength yet. That was because it was just a probing attack. Muyin, let's see how you'll die this time. Without the protection of the tree, you'll die without a burial place. Many people shouted coldly, especially Yi Chu Hao Han. He looked ferocious and wanted to crush Lu Ming into ashes. As expected, a tree can't block it. At this moment, Lu Ming whispered. Originally, he had thought that if the tree could block the attack of the heavenly human clansmen, he would not use the other black seeds. After all, those black seeds were very precious and rare. But now he had to use them. A black seed appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he threw it on the ground. When the black seed touched the ground, it immediately sprouted and grew rapidly. Seeing this, the eyes of the heavenly human clansmen almost popped out. Damn it, he still has seeds. Attack, attack, kill him in one fell swoop. Quick, the black seed needs time to grow. Activate the battle formation and kill him. Many heavenly human clansmen shouted angrily. The 360 experts at the 9th level of the Great God Realm reacted immediately. They activated the battle formation to kill Lu Ming. The gigantic king of the heavenly human clan immediately brandished his battle sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Another black seed appeared in his hand, and he threw it in another direction. It immediately sprouted. When the battle sword slashed down, the first tree attacked again. Hundreds of roots rushed out of the ground and formed a defense. The roots of the tree were cut off, and they immediately grew back. At the same time, some thin roots appeared and intertwined with the thick roots of the first tree. These thinner roots were the roots of the two newly planted trees. Even though they had not fully grown yet, they were already very powerful. Furthermore, the tribulation overcoming ghosts also rushed toward the battle swords. This time, the king of the heavenly human clan's battle sword was even more powerful than the previous one. Those crossing disaster ghosts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their bodies trembled violently as they were sent flying one after another. However, that also weakened part of the battle sword's power. The remaining power of the battle sword landed on the shield made of intertwined roots. The shield shook violently, and the roots on it broke one by one. However, in the end, it was blocked. Damn it. Use your full strength. Use your full strength. I'll let you use your full strength. Use your full strength. Use your full strength. Behind them, the geniuses of the heavenly human clan who had not participated in the battle formation shouted furiously. Especially Yi Chu Haohan, he almost jumped up. Lu Ming had taken out a third black seed. How many black seeds did he have? He was anxious. Those black seeds were growing too fast. If he delayed any longer, he would miss the opportunity. However, the person who had set up the battle formation had not used his full strength yet. Actually, the people who had set up the battle formation also had their own difficulties. Even though they had successfully set up the 9 Heavens battle formation, they had come from different factions and followed different geniuses. They would compete and kill each other. Although they had learned how to set up the 9 Heavens battle formation, they had never practiced it before. Now that they had set it up at the last minute, it was inevitable that they were a little rusty and could not use it as freely. If they could not use it freely, they could not use it even if they had the strength. That sword strike, just now, could be considered the most powerful one, unless they were more proficient in the battle formation. With that delay, the 2 trees planted at the back had already grown rapidly and became towering trees. Although they were not as tall as the first tree, their power was already very shocking. Burn the power of the heavens, quick! One of the heavenly human clan monsters roared and gave the order. Use your full strength. The other heavenly human clan monsters also roared. The heavenly human clan members who had set up the battle formation had no choice but to risk their lives. The power of the heavens in their bodies began to burn fiercely. Chapter 43:65. The heavenly humans who set up the formation used the power of the heavens to increase the power of the 9 Heavens battle formation. The heavenly human king's aura became even more terrifying. He waved his incomparably huge battle sword and slashed it down again, as if he was going to split the entire earth vein in half. However, there are already 3 trees here. The other 2 trees were almost mature. Hundreds of roots danced in the air. It was a shocking scene. The roots gathered together. This time, they did not form a shield. Instead, they intertwined with each other to form a giant staff. It was a giant staff that was completely formed by intertwining roots. The giant staff struck out toward the opponent's battle sword. However, almost 50 calamity-avoiding ghosts had already flown out in front of the giant staff and charged toward the battle sword. Boom! Boom! The third clash erupted. This time, the heavenly human tribe went all out. Although the power of the 9 Heavens battle formation was stronger, it was still able to withstand the attacks of the 9 Heavens battle formation with the help of the 3 trees. In fact, it was even easier than the previous 2 times. After all, the 3 trees were now mature and powerful. Damn it! Damn it! The heavenly humans roared in anger and indignation. In the end, they ordered the heavenly humans to retreat. They had already burned the power of the heavens earlier, but they still could not break through the defense of the 3 trees. There was no need to continue attacking. The aftereffects of burning the power of the heavens were too great. After the 9 Heavens battle formation moved back and out of the attack range of the trees, they dispersed the 9 Heavens battle formation. The figure of the heavenly human king dissipated in the air. What should we do now? Someone asked. I didn't expect that kid to have so many black seeds. I really don't know how he got them. Yichu Haohan said in an extremely displeased manner. The 3 trees are not invincible. The main thing is that the 9 Heavens battle formation that we set up is not very smooth and can't fully unleash the power of the 9 Heavens battle formation. I suggest that we spend some time to familiarize ourselves with the 9 Heavens battle formation and practice it a few more times. That way, when the 9 Heavens battle formation can operate freely, its power will increase greatly, and we will definitely be able to break through the defense of the 3 trees. A heavenly human prodigy suggested. I agree. I agree too. The others nodded in agreement. Then they began to practice their battle formations. They didn't plan to avoid Lu Ming. They practiced not far away, deliberately letting Lu Ming see them. In this way, it would create a huge psychological pressure on Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to be unable to refine pills in peace. Swish! Swish! 360 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer were moving in the air. Their chi was boiling. It seemed like there was a special thread connecting the 360 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. A huge figure condensed and swung its sword continuously. After a few hours of practice, the battle formation dispersed again. After everyone rested for a while, they resumed their practice. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. As the heavenly human tribe continued to practice the battle formation, their coordination became more and more coordinated. The power of the battle formation also increased rapidly. If this continued, when the battle formation was operating at its peak, it might really be able to break through the defenses of the 3 trees. Far away in the sky, Yichu Haohan and a few other top prodigies looked at Lu Ming coldly. They seemed to be telling Lu Ming to wait and see. It won't be long before they kill him. These people are really endless. I can only make you despair then. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. Then, a black seed appeared in his hand. He had a total of 4 black seeds. Now he took out the 4th one. With a wave of his hand, the black seed flew out and landed on the ground. Then it started to grow rapidly. In the distance, the heavenly human tribe who were practicing the 9 Heavens battle formation stopped and stared in Lu Ming's direction with their eyes wide open. The other heavenly human tribe members who didn't participate in the 9 Heavens battle formation were also stunned. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in Lu Ming's direction. Anger, confusion, indignation, and other emotions appeared in their eyes. Ah, damn it! Finally, Yichu Haohan couldn't take it anymore. He looked up to the sky and roared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He looked crazy and helpless. He was really going crazy. He had been tortured by Lu Ming. Every time they were about to see the hope of killing Lu Ming would personally destroy this hope in the blink of an eye. It was too uncomfortable and too aggrieved. Mu Yun, don't rely on the tree if you have guts. Fight with your own strength. What's the point of relying on external objects? Yi Chu Haohan shouted. If relying on external objects isn't a skill, then defeating me with your numbers and suppressing me with a battle formation is a skill? If you want to fight with your own strength, fine. Come on, let's fight one-on-one. Lu Ming said indifferently, full of sarcasm. Yi Chu Haohan shut his mouth. His face was red, but he didn't dare to fight. Previously, a genius who was as powerful as him was killed by Lu Ming. How could he dare to fight with him? Unless his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the divine god realm. Unfortunately, he was still a little lacking. He didn't have enough chaotic pills. Trash. If you don't dare to fight, then shut up. Lu Ming scolded. Yi Chu Haohan roared and almost vomited blood. The faces of the other heavenly humans were also very ugly. They stared at Lu Ming as if they were going to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming's face was calm. In just a short while, the 4th tree had grown into a towering tree. There were a total of 4 trees standing on the ground, like 4 majestic guards. The people of the heavenly humans were troubled. The defensive power of the 3 trees was already extremely terrifying, but there was one more tree. Even if they practiced the 9 heavens battle formation to perfection, they might not be able to break the defense of the 4 trees. The most important thing was that they didn't know if Lu Ming had any more black seeds. The black seeds in Lu Ming's hands seemed to be endless. They were very tired. In the end, the people of the heavenly humans discussed for a while and prepared to retreat. Of course, they wouldn't give up so easily. They were thinking of other ideas. That was because in the last 20 years, the space barriers between the different star palaces would become weaker and weaker. Some powerful beings would even be able to cross the star palaces and travel between the different star palaces to obtain opportunities. They were waiting for the space barriers between the star palaces to weaken so that they could find other heavenly humans in the other star palaces to deal with Lu Ming. After the heavenly humans retreated, Lu Ming and Yi Ling returned to the earth vein and continued to refine chaotic pills. Lu Ming's rhythm had returned to normal. As he refined the desolate pill, he comprehended various secret skills. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. In 10 years, Lu Ming had obtained 2 billion chaotic pills. In addition to the remaining 200 million and the 200 million he got from the heavenly humans, he had 2 billion chaotic pills. Chapter 4366. However, Lu Ming still owed Yi Ling 500 million desolation pills. After returning the 500 million desolation pills to Yi Ling, Lu Ming still had 9 billion desolation pills left. However, Yi Ling had collected enough desolation pills for his breakthrough. He began to refine the desolation pills and began to break through. As long as he had enough desolation pills, breaking through was not a problem. 10 days later, Yi Ling had consumed more than 2 billion desolation pills and successfully reached the 9th layer of the divine god realm. After reaching the 9th layer of the divine god realm, Yi Ling's combat strength had increased tremendously. He was no weaker than the current Lu Ming and could be considered a top divine god. Lu Ming, I'll give you all the desolation pills that I'll refine later. I hope you can break through the 9th layer of the divine god realm soon and become an invincible divine god. Yi Ling said to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming nodded and did not refuse. The desolation pills were too important to him. As long as he broke through to the 9th layer of the divine god realm, he would be almost invincible in the divine god realm. It was very important for him to fight for the origin seed later. He really needed the desolation pills. He understood that even though Yi Ling had reached the 9th layer of the divine god realm, the desolation pills were still very useful to him. They could solidify the black hole in his dantian, strengthen his control over the black hole, and increase the strength of his divine body. Therefore, this was a great kindness that he would remember in his heart. If there was a chance, he would repay Yi Ling more, but now was not the time to be courteous. Yiling did not say much. He returned to his previous place and continued to refine pills. There's still 10 years. Even if I add Yiling's pills, it's still too late. I have to think of another way. Lu Ming whispered. He now had 9 billion desolation pills. He was still 1 billion away from the 12 billion he needed to break through. In the next 10 years, even if he injured Yiling, he would not be able to gather 1 billion. After some time, I'll go out and see if I can get more pill furnaces, Lu Ming thought. His target was, of course, the Heavenly Human Tribe. He wanted to see if he could sneak attack them and steal some pill furnaces. It would be best if he could get some desolation pills. Lu Ming still had dozens of ordinary secret arts that he hadn't finished comprehending yet. He planned to finish comprehending all the secret arts he had on hand before going out for a walk. At this time, a certain void in the core area suddenly distorted. After a few flashes, a group of figures appeared. There were only 13 of them. All of them were from the Heavenly Human Tribe. The leader was a young Heavenly Human Tribe member. The remaining 12 people were all in their prime. Their auras were extremely shocking. They were like volcanoes that had yet to erupt, containing terrifying energy. Is this the mighty Sky Star Palace? I wonder what kind of miraculous place will appear in the Prestige Star Palace. You guys go and investigate. If you find anything, come back and report to me. The young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe said. Yes. The 12 burly men accepted the order and left in a flash. The young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe waited on the spot. He didn't have to wait for too long before the 12 of them all returned. Yeah, I did. To the north of this place, there's a hidden area with high-level earth string energy that's extremely rich in your wild's chi. A middle-aged man said. There's actually a hidden area. Interesting. Let's go take a look. The young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe said. Immediately, the young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe led the 12 men to the hidden area. In the hidden area, above a high-level earth string energy. This high-level earth string energy was also extremely rich in your wild's chi. In the hidden area, it was second only to the one occupied by Lu Ming. It was estimated that all of the Your Wild's chi had been condensed into Your Wild's pills. There were at least 5 billion of them. This place was occupied by 2 groups of Heavenly Human Tribe members. The leaders of each group were top prodigies who were not weaker than Yichu Haoan. The young men from the Heavenly Human Tribe from the other astral palaces led the 12 burly men to the vicinity of this earth string energy. Looking at the earth string energy that was filled with Your Wild's chi, the young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe's eyes lit up with greed. Ha! There's actually an earth string with such rich Your Wild's chi. This earth string energy is mine. The young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe, Yalu Gu, said. They didn't stop and directly headed toward the earth string energy. Who's there? Stop right there. This is the territory of the Heavenly Human Tribe. How dare you? A cold shout was heard. Following that, a dozen figures shot up into the sky and arrived in front of Yelugu and the others. They were the elites of the Heavenly Human Tribe. However, when the elites of the Heavenly Human Tribe saw Yelugu, their expressions changed drastically. Young Master Yelugu, why are you in the Prestige Star Palace? The elites of the Heavenly Human Tribe were shocked. Their eyes were filled with reverence, as if they were afraid of Yelugu. Why can't I be here? Now that the barrier between the astral palaces is getting weaker, I naturally cross the barrier to come here. Whose men are you? Ask your master to come out and tell him that I want this earth string energy. Yelugu said lightly. His voice was heard far away. The elites of the Heavenly Human Tribe looked troubled. Yelugu, aren't you being too overbearing? You want to occupy our earth string energy as soon as you arrive? That's right. You've gone too far. 2 youthful voices were heard. Following that, 2 groups of people flew out from 2 different locations of the earth string energy. The 2 elites who had spoken just now were the leaders. Their talent and combat strength were not weaker than Yichu Haoan's. The 2 groups of people added up to more than 200. It was a grand scene. However, Yelugu's expression was as calm as ever, as though he didn't see anything. He calmly spoke. In the supreme immortal city, there's no such thing as going overboard. There's no such thing as tyrannical. There's only strength. Everything depends on strength. Yellow Ge's chi exploded out of his body. You've already reached the 9th great supreme god layer. The expressions of the two geniuses changed greatly. They knew how strong Yelugu was. Yelugu had 10 stars of battle strength. They had 9 stars of battle strength and were considered the top elites of the heavenly human tribe. However, Yelugu was stronger than them. He had 10 stars of battle strength. 10 stars of battle strength was rare even among the elites of the heavenly human tribe. He was one of the few who stood at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, he had reached the 9th great supreme god layer. His battle strength was terrifying. Ordinary 9th great supreme god layers would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Their advantage in numbers was useless in front of Yelugu. Moreover, they could not use the 9 heavens battle formation against Yelugu because Yelugu was extremely proficient in the 9 heavens battle formation. He knew all the strengths, weaknesses, and operating methods of the 9 heavens battle formation. The 9 heavens battle formation could not do anything to Yelugu. They could not do anything against Yelugu. You'd better leave and give up the earth string energy. Otherwise, it will affect the harmony between us. Yelugu said indifferently. The other two wanted to curse out loud. He was going to occupy their earth string energy, and he still said that it would affect the harmony between them. Shameless. Yelugu, didn't you want the earth string energy? Actually, there's an even higher grade earth string energy here. One of the Sky Prides rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 43:67. The eyes of the others also lit up. They understood what this prodigy meant. Getting someone else to do the dirty work. They're the higher level ley line. Don't think you can fool me. Yelugu said, his eyes flickering. Whether it's true or not, you'll know once you go there. How can I fool you? Let me tell you, the total amount of desolation chi contained in that ley line is at least twice as much as this one. Also, you'll be very interested in the person who occupies that ley line. He's Mu Yun, a prodigy said. What? Mu Yun? Upon hearing Mu Yun's name, Yelu Ji's eyes lit up with the flames of greed. Is what you said true? Is it really Mu Yun? Yelugu asked again, his breathing becoming a little rapid. How exciting. It's Mu Yun. As long as I kill Mu Yun, I could be conferred the title of Son of Heaven. Although he had a 10-star combat strength, he still wasn't qualified to be the Son of Heaven. That was because the Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven had at least an 11-star combat strength. He was still one step away. Although it was just one step, it was still a huge gap. Perhaps he would never be able to cross that step and become the Son of Heaven. However, as long as he killed Lu Ming, he would immediately succeed. It's true. The others nodded. Mu Yun. The greed in Yelu Ji's eyes became even more intense. However, he quickly suppressed it. He thought a problem. Yelugu glanced at the others coldly and said, If Mu Yun is here, won't you go and kill him? He didn't believe that anyone could resist the temptation of being the Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. We went, but we couldn't kill him. Mu Yun controlled a strange tree with terrifying power. A prodigy explained. A tree? Haha. In my opinion, you guys are too useless. Go lead the way. Mu Yun is mine, Yelugu said in a commanding tone. The two prodigies were extremely unhappy, but they didn't show it. It's good that you can deal with Mu Yun. It's best if both sides are injured. I'll let you guys fight each other. The two geniuses of the heavenly human tribe thought unhappily. Naturally, they wouldn't refuse. They led the way and headed towards the earth vein where Lu Ming was. Soon, the earth meridian that Lu Ming was in appeared in front of them. Staring at the vast earth vein, Yelu Ji's eyes burned with passion. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, piercing through layers of space and accurately landing on Lu Ming. Mu Yun. After seeing Lu Ming, Yelu Ji's eyes were incomparably fiery, like two burning flames. Above the earth vein, Lu Ming naturally discovered Brother Yelu. You're here again. I didn't go looking for you, but you came by yourselves. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility. Mu Yin, come out and face your death. Yalugu stepped out, moving closer to the earth vein. You want to kill me? Come, I'll wait for you here. Lu Ming's voice echoed in the distance. Humph, don't think you can do whatever you want with a few trees. The others can't kill you because they are trash. You won't be able to be smug in front of me. Yalugu snapped coldly and increased his speed, aiming to kill Lu Ming. Brother Yalu, wait a moment. Let us clear the path for you. We'll go first, Brother Yalu. There's no need to take the risk. The 12 muscular men that Yalugu brought with him blurted out and chased after Qin Nan. Yalugu nodded and did not force himself. He let the 12 muscular men go first while he followed behind from afar. What a pity! Lu Ming allowed a sigh. He initially thought that if Yalugu were to rush over, he would control the 4 trees to eliminate Yalugu. He could tell that Yalugu's identity was definitely not ordinary. Such a person would surely have a large number of cauldrons. If he could eliminate Yalugu, his speed of refining the desolation pills would greatly increase. Unfortunately, Yalugu was being too cautious. Wait, the heavenly human tribe doesn't seem to be on good terms with each other. If that's the case, I can pretend to be weak first. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he thought of an idea. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yalugu's 12 subordinates gathered together and rushed towards Lu Ming. These 12 people were all at the 9th layer divine god realm, and their battle strength was extremely strong. All of them had 6 stars of battle strength. If one's battle strength did not reach a certain level, it would be difficult to break through the barrier between star palaces. These 12 people were able to break through the barrier between star palaces and follow Yalugu to the prestige star palace. Die! Lu Ming shouted softly. The ground shook and densely packed roots rushed out, sweeping toward the 12 burly men. The 4 huge trees were activated by Lu Ming. Close to 400 root hairs swept toward the 12 heavenly human tribe warriors at the same time. The scene was extremely astonishing. Formation. The 12 muscular men formed the 9 heavens battle formation and condensed a huge battle sword. The battle sword slashed out and turned into hundreds of sword lights, slashing towards the roots. Although there were only 12 of them, they were all elites. All of them possessed 6-star combat strength, and a few of them even possessed 7-star combat strength. The 9 heavens battle formation formed by the 12 of them was extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded and the roots were cut off by the sword lights. Die! The 12 muscular men shouted angrily and rushed towards Lu Ming. Dazzling sword lights slashed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically and he roared furiously. Dozens of crossing disaster ghosts dashed out toward the 12 burly men and collided with the sword gleams that they condensed. Only then did they manage to block the sword gleams of the heavenly human tribe. That's all there is to it. Yalugu sneered. The other heavenly human tribe members were confused. That's not right. Why did the power of the 4 trees weaken? When we attacked back then, the power of the trees was much stronger. The thought crossed the minds of the other 2 geniuses. Then, they wondered if Lu Ming was deliberately showing weakness. Should they remind Yalugu? The 2 leading sky prides of the heavenly human tribe looked at each other and chose to remain silent. The competition between the heavenly human tribe was also incomparably fierce. Yalugu's talent was a level higher than theirs, suppressing them in every aspect. The resources he obtained were also more than theirs. If they could get rid of Yalugu with Lu Ming's help, wouldn't their competition be reduced? As for whether it would help Lu Ming, they didn't think about it. There were many powerful cultivators in the heavenly human tribe. In the heavenly palace, there were the 9 sons and daughters of the heavens. Even if they couldn't kill Lu Ming, someone would kill Lu Ming sooner or later. If they could get rid of Yalugu with Lu Ming's help, why wouldn't they? Therefore, they chose to remain silent. Since the 2 leading sky prides didn't speak, their subordinates naturally wouldn't speak either. Chapter 4368. You guys block these trees. I'll go kill Muyun. Yelugu ordered the 12 burly men. Don't worry, young master. Leave these 4 trees to us. We'll definitely block these trees. The 12 burly men replied confidently. They felt that they had figured out the strength of the 4 trees through the previous exchange. Swoosh! Swoosh! They attacked with all their might, activating the 9 heavens battle formation. Dazzling sword light burst out, slashing towards the dozens of crossing disaster ghosts and hundreds of roots. Yelugu had already made his move. He took a step forward, as if teleporting, and pounced towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. So strong. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. As soon as Yelugu struck, he felt tremendous pressure. He had a feeling that he was not Yelugu's opponent in a head-on confrontation. However, he did not plan to attack himself. He stood there calmly, waiting for Yelugu to come closer. In an instant, Yelugu was about to reach Lu Ming. His body was shrouded in a layer of terrifying energy. This was the heavenly extermination energy. Now kill! Lu Ming shouted, ordering the 4 trees to attack with all their might. Whoosh! 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 The roots of the trees suddenly danced wildly, their power skyrocketing. They swept out, shattering the sword light formed by the 12 burly men. At the same time, under Lu Ming's feet, more than a dozen roots rushed out from the ground, like a dozen long snakes sweeping towards Yelugu. That terrifying aura caused Yelugu's expression to change drastically, becoming incomparably unsightly. That was because those roots brought him a fatal crisis. Destroy! Yelugu roared. Both of his palms struck out in succession. Several grayish palm imprints blasted out, aiming at the dozen or so roots. The grayish palm print was completely formed by the power of heavenly extermination, and it collided with the dozen or so roots. In an instant, heaven and earth shook violently, and the force swept out in all directions. However, the next few palm prints were destroyed by the dozen roots. The roots did not stop, continuing to bombard Yelugu. Damn it! Yelugu bellowed in anger. He couldn't care less about killing Lu Ming as he retreated rapidly. He already understood that just now Lu Ming had been feigning weakness in order to draw him closer. The power of the 4 giant trees was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Since they couldn't kill Lu Ming, they could only retreat. However, how could Lu Ming let him retreat? Some of the roots that had been fighting with the 12 burly men earlier had already rushed over. No matter how hard the 12 men tried, they couldn't stop the roots. At least 100 roots swept towards Brother Yelu. Yelugu was surrounded from all directions. Countless roots were trying to envelop him. Yelugu roared. His palms turned completely gray, as if they were made of gray metal. His strongest attack was his palm technique. Boom, boom, boom. He continuously attacked with his palms, and in an instant, dozens of palm prints were blasted out. Each palm print was as large as a small mountain, blocking him from all directions. The roots of the giant trees slammed into the palm prints, causing a violent explosion. The palm prints kept shaking and crumbling one after another. Whoosh! Finally, a root broke through the blockade of the palm prints and whipped towards Yelugu. Yelugu was hit, and his body was almost split in half. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. Why aren't you helping Yelugu? How dare you leave him to die? I'll sue you when we get out. One of the 12 men shouted angrily at the other 2 groups of people. Do it, the 2 Sky Prides ordered. Indeed, the heavenly human tribe had always been united in the face of a common enemy. If it didn't help Yelugu get killed, they would also be punished if word got out. The other 2 groups of people attacked. Hundreds of attacks were launched towards the roots. However, it was too late to do anything now. The 4 giant trees had a total of nearly 400 roots, and there were nearly 50 disaster-avoiding ghosts. As long as a part of them blocked the attacks of these people, the attacks on Yelugu didn't stop or weaken at all. No matter how strong Yelugu was, he was only one person. He couldn't resist the attacks of hundreds of roots. He tried his best, but he could only resist for a few breaths. After a few breaths of time, His attack was broken, and the tendril shot toward Brother Yalu. Yalu Gu let out an unwilling roar and tried to resist, but it was useless. He was continuously whipped by more than a dozen roots, and his body exploded. Then his flesh and blood were completely devoured by the roots. Only a storage ring was left in Lu Ming's hand. Ah, damn it! Mu Yun, you dare to kill Yalu Gu. Your fate will be miserable. You're dead. Your family and friends are all dead. The 12 men roared as if they had gone crazy. I think you're the ones who are dead, Lu Ming said coldly. In an instant, hundreds of roots and dozens of disaster-avoiding ghosts attacked the 12 men. With a loud bang, the Nine Heavens battle formation set up by the 12 men collapsed. Then, hundreds of roots attacked together. The 12 men didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. Their flesh and blood were completely devoured. Lu Ming stepped out. Like a bolt of lightning, he flashed through the air and grabbed the storage rings of the 12 men. Retreat! Retreat! The other two groups of people quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. After the battle calmed down, there were 13 storage rings in Lu Ming's hand. Let's see the harvest. Lu Ming quickly did count. In the end, Lu Ming found a total of nearly 300 alchemy furnaces in the 13 storage rings. This was an extremely shocking harvest. Lu Ming was ecstatic. With 300 pill furnaces, he could refine at least 100 million chaos pills every year. This allowed Lu Ming's annual output to reach 300 million chaos pills. He was one step closer to his goal. Hunting the heavenly human tribe is still profitable. If there are a few more of them, I'll definitely be able to gather the chaos pills I need to break through in 10 years. Lu Ming thought. However, it was only a thought. If it weren't for the 4 trees, it would be impossible to kill an expert like Yalu Gu. After leaving this place, it would be impossible for Lu Ming to kill the other geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming activated the 300 pill furnaces together and began to refine pills. A few days later, some of the geniuses of the heavenly human tribe gathered together and began to discuss how to deal with Lu Ming. We can't leave Mu Yun alone. He's getting more and more pill furnaces. If this continues, his cultivation will increase and he'll be harder to deal with. That's right. The barrier between the star palaces is getting weaker and weaker. Let's go to the other star palaces to find help. It's best if we can find the sons or daughters of heaven to kill Mu Yun. I have no objections. I agree. Chapter 4369. Now, some of the barriers between the star palaces had become weak. Those who were powerful could already break through the space and enter other star palaces. Some powerful elites had already started to cross the star palaces to fight for opportunities. The mighty star palace was the star palace where Lu Ming and the others were. A few elites of the heavenly human tribe came to a space barrier and tore through the space to find other elites of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were still in the earth vein, trying their best to condense the desolation pill. A few months later, Lu Ming had finished comprehending all the ordinary secret skills. They had all turned into secret skill runes and merged with his cells. Unfortunately, his combat power was still at the limit of 12 stars. He had not broken through to 13 stars. Of course, it was also because the secret skills that he had comprehended were only at the beginner level. They were far from reaching the greater success level. There were close to 20,000 ordinary secret skills that were still at the beginner level. Lu Ming believed that once he mastered all these ordinary secret skills, his combat power should be able to reach 13 stars. However, it would take a long time and effort to master all 20,000 ordinary secret skills. He had no time to cultivate them now. He could only wait until he left the Grand Supreme Immortal City and slowly comprehend them. At this time, Lu Ming planned to go out for a walk. However, before Lu Ming could make a move, someone else had already arrived. Needless to say, it was the heavenly human tribe again. Lu Ming looked into the distance and saw a group of heavenly human tribe members coming over. There were about a dozen young, heavenly human tribe members in the lead. They were all handsome. They were both men and women. One look, and one could tell that they were extraordinary. Behind them were more than 200 strong heavenly human tribe members. Their auras were also very powerful. They were all elites. These heavenly human tribe members stopped in the distance and glanced at Lu Ming. "Mu Yun, come out and die." A burly young heavenly human tribe member stepped out. His eyes were unusually cold. "Come in and die if you dare," Lu Ming shouted. Of course, he would not go out. "You dare to kill my brother, Yeluge. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death," the burly young man shouted. This young man was Yeluge's older brother, Yelude. "You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Your brother talks as much nonsense as you, and in the end, he died. If you have the ability, then come in and kill me," Lu Ming immediately retorted. "Humph, do you think we can't do anything to you if you hide inside?" Yelude said coldly, then waved his hand. "Bring them out." Immediately, a few burly heavenly human tribe men came out with two people. Upon seeing these two people, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. "Dandan, Ling Yue," Lu Ming muttered and frowned. That's right, these two people were Dandan and Ling Yue. They had always been in the heavenly palace, but now that they were pushed out by the people of the heavenly human tribe, Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. Dandan had a crying face. When he saw Lu Ming, he immediately shouted, "All right, Mu Yun, so you're here. Back then, you borrowed a few hundred stalks of divine medicine from me and then disappeared without a trace. I've been looking for you for hundreds of years, but I couldn't find you. Now, hurry up and return the divine medicine to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." After saying that, Dandan turned to the celestial tribe and said with a smile, "Lords of the celestial tribe, let me tell you, this Mu Yun is ungrateful. I helped him a few times because he was an honest person. I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. Today, I'm breaking off all relations with him. Bah, I wasn't familiar with him before." Dandan did his best to distance himself from Lu Ming. As for Ling Yue, she was in charge of looking at Lu Ming. She bit her lips and didn't say a word. Don't talk nonsense here. We're very clear about the relationship between the two of you and Mu Yun." Yelude coldly snorted and interrupted Dandan's words. Then, Yelude looked at Lu Ming and said, "Mu Yun, you have stayed in the heavenly palace before, so you should be clear that the two of them are controlled by the restrictive power of the heavenly palace's armor. Right now, the method to control that restrictive power is in my hands." At this point, an array disc appeared in Yelude's hand, and he continued, "As long as I have a thought, the restrictive power in their bodies will explode. At that time, their bodies and souls will be destroyed, and nothing will be left behind." Lu Ming's expression was extremely ugly. What he was worried about still happened. When he first joined the heavenly palace, he, Dandan, and Ling Yue were too close. Furthermore, he and Ling Yue were still an unmarried couple in name, so it was very easy for the heavenly palace to grab hold of them. Although he had broken through the power of the heavenly palace's armor and left the heavenly palace, he had always been worried about Dandan and Ling Yue, afraid that the heavenly palace would deal with them. Sure enough, the people of the heavenly palace were starting to threaten him with Dandan and Ling Yue. "Mu Yun, so what if you're hiding inside and have 4 big trees protecting you? Now, I'll let your friend and your fiancé go in and kill you. Let's see if you have the courage to kill them all." Yelude laughed coldly. His laughter was extremely sinister. Then his gaze swept towards Dandan and Ling Yue, and he berated, "Now the two of you go over and bring Mu Yun's head over. Let me tell you, if you don't kill Lu Ming, then you will die under the power of the restriction, and your bodies and souls will be destroyed. Nest, you guys are too despicable. If you have the ability, then go and kill him yourself. Using such a method, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? I finally know your heavenly human race. The word despicable is tailor-made for you guys." Dandan shouted, "How dare you?" Yelude shouted loudly. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Dandan. With a slap, he sent Dandan flying a few meters away and berated, "You dare to insult the heavenly human race. Do you know that this is a great crime that will exterminate your race? Be careful that the world's divine turtle race will be exterminated because of you. Fuck! Dandan roared in his heart. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stared fiercely at Yellow D. Who was he? When had someone dare to slap him? He was incomparably furious. If his life wasn't in the other party's hands, he would have immediately gone all out. Lu Ming, what should we do? At this moment, Yi Ling appeared beside Lu Ming and asked Lu Ming in a low voice. Lu Ming didn't say anything. His face was incomparably gloomy. To be honest, he didn't know what to do either. This was a dilemma. The people of the heavenly human race had forced Lu Ming and Ling Yue to kill him. Could he control them to attack Dandan and Ling Yue? Even if he controlled the big tree and didn't kill Dandan and Ling Yue, but only controlled them, the heavenly human race would probably activate the power of the restriction to kill Dandan and Ling Yue. However, if he didn't resist, he would be killed. How should he choose? On one side was the lives of Dandan and Ling Yue, and on the other side was his own life. Of course, he didn't want to die, but he also didn't want Dandan and Ling Yue to die. However, for a moment, he couldn't think of a way to solve this problem. Chapter 4370. He had no way to solve this problem. Although he could rely on his taboo power to refine the restriction power contained in the Heavenly Palace battle armor, he couldn't help others refine it. Even if he controlled Dandan and Ling Yue, he couldn't help them refine it. I'll give you 3 breaths at a time. Hurry up and make your move. If you don't, you'll be the ones to die. Yellow D said coldly. He raised the array disc in his hand and injected his power into it. The array disc lit up, and runes filled the air. Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies trembled slightly. Runes also appeared on the surface of their skin. Wait a minute. I didn't say I wouldn't make a move. What are you so anxious about? Dandan shouted. Then make your move. Yellow D said. We can make a move, but I have a condition. Dandan shouted. What condition? Yellow D asked with a gloomy face. At this time, this guy actually dared to negotiate with him. He was very unhappy. Give me 300 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. We'll kill Mu Yun. Dandan said. What? What did you say? Yellow D shouted, thinking that he had heard wrongly. At this time, Dandan actually made such a condition with him. Was he crazy? Didn't he know that his life was in his hands? You should have heard what I said very clearly. Dandan said. Do you think it's possible? Yellow D sneered. Why is it impossible? You should know Mu Yun. He is ruthless, lawless, and extremely selfish. Although I have some friendship with him, if I kill him, he will definitely kill us without hesitation in order to protect himself. I am risking my life to kill him. Shouldn't I get some reward? Dandan said. In the distance, Lu Ming was speechless. Bullshit. Yellow D wanted to curse out loud. Dandan was talking nonsense. They had long since investigated Lu Ming and knew that Lu Ming was an extremely loyal person. He would definitely not attack his own people, especially Ling Yue, who was Lu Ming's fiancée. They were certain that Lu Ming wouldn't make a move, which was why they let Dandan and Ling Yue kill Lu Ming. Little bastard, hurry up and go. You have no right to negotiate with me. Yellow D berated. You don't want to give it to me, right? If you don't want to give it to me, then activate the power of the restriction and kill us right now. Let's see how you're going to kill Mu Yun after you kill us. You must know that the merit of killing him is far more than the value of these pill furnaces. Dandan said as he crossed his arms, looking like he was saying, kill me if you want. Ling Yue also nodded her head, as if Dandan's intentions were her intentions. Damned ant. Yellow D roared in his heart as killing intent burst out from his body. He wished that he could kill Dandan and Ling Yue with 2 slaps. But he couldn't. He had to rely on Dandan and Ling Yue to kill Lu Ming. Above the earth vein, Lu Ming was also somewhat puzzled. He couldn't guess what Dandan's goal was. However, understood Dandan and knew that Dandan was very smart. There must be a reason for him to do this. Agree to him first. At this time, another heavenly human clan genius said. This person was a woman with waist-length blonde hair. She was extremely beautiful. At this time, a peerless genius who was not weaker than Yellow D also had a combat strength of 10 stars. Amongst the younger generation of geniuses in the heavenly human clan, having a combat strength of 10 stars was the highest talent below the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. Give it to him, Yeludi asked in return. That's right, we've investigated it very clearly. Although Mu Yun's talent is high, he has a huge weakness, which is that he values friendship. He definitely won't kill this world god turtle and Ling Yue. So the final result will definitely be Mu Yun's death. After killing Lu Ming, there's no need to keep these two people alive. So what if we give them the pill furnace first? When the time comes, won't it be easy to get it back? The heavenly human clan woman said. Of course, she said this through sound transmission to avoid being heard by Dandan. That's right. Yeludi's eyes lit up. He then looked at Dandan and said, I can agree to your conditions. After saying that, he took out a storage ring, fiddled with it a few times, and threw it at Dandan, saying, there are 300 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and Master's pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters. Take a look. Dandan received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense, revealing a trace of a smile. Inside, there were indeed 310 pill furnaces. Dandan kept them in his storage ring and then looked at Ling Yue. Then, he looked at Lu Ming. Mu Yun, for the sake of our many years of friendship, you should give up your life. This way, you can still save your fiancé's life. Dandan shouted and rushed towards Lu Ming. Ling Yue followed closely beside Dandan and walked side by side. However, after the two of them rushed out for a distance, they stopped. After Dandan stopped, he waved his hands continuously. Countless runes filled the air and entered the void. These runes intertwined with each other to form a huge formation. What are you doing? Why are you setting up a formation here? Why aren't you going to kill Mu Yun? Yeludi berated. What are you in such a hurry for? Do you think Mu Yun is so easy to kill? I set up the formation to kill him. Dandan said, and continued to set up the formation. The people of Celestial Race could only wait. Lu Ming watched from afar and frowned. He could not figure out Dandan's goal, but in his heart, he had a bad premonition. More than 10 minutes later, a huge array diagram appeared in the sky. A huge array was condensed. Attack! Dandan and Ling Yue looked at each other, shouted, and began to attack. The array diagram in the sky emitted a dazzling light and condensed into a spear. With a swoosh, the spear flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. However, this long spear was not aimed at Lu Ming. Instead, it was aimed at Yeludi. When Dandan made his move, Ling Yue also made her move. Behind her, a towering tree appeared. At this moment, the towering tree burned fiercely, turning into an endless amount of strength chi that poured into Ling Yue's body. A battle bow appeared in Ling Yue's hand. She drew the bow, and an arrow condensed. With a swoosh, it flew through the air and shot towards Yeludi. Ling Yue was going all out with this arrow. She burned her divine power with all her might. The cultivation of the two of them had already reached the 8th level of the Divine Lord Realm. This was far beyond Lu Ming's expectations. In fact, the reason why Dandan and Ling Yue's cultivations were able to make such great progress was completely due to the nurturing of the Celestial Race. The people of the Celestial Race wanted to control the two of them to kill Lu Ming, so they gave him a large amount of desolate pills to raise their cultivation. Their cultivation was too low. Even if Lu Ming wanted them to kill him, they wouldn't be able to. The purpose of giving Dandan and Ling Yue a large amount of resources to raise their cultivation was to kill Lu Ming. They never thought that the two of them would attack them instead. Chapter 43-71. You're courting death. Yeludi roared as a long spear condensed in his palm. The long spear shook and turned into two spear shadows, colliding with Dandan and Ling Yue's attacks, easily destroying their attacks. Yeludi's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Emperor God Realm, and he had a battle strength of 10 stars. Although Dandan and Ling Yue had reached the 8th level of the Emperor God Realm and were using their full strength, they were still far from Yeludi's strength. Mu Yun, here you go. At this moment, Dandan waved his hand, and a storage ring flew towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Then, Dandan and Ling Wei shouted and rushed towards Yeludi. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He finally guessed what Dandan and Ling Wei's goal was. They didn't plan to attack Lu Ming at all. From the beginning, they had the heart to die. They would rather die than attack Lu Ming. They understood Lu Ming very well. If they attacked Lu Ming would most likely not fight back. They would definitely not kill Lu Ming. Their only choice was to sacrifice themselves. Turning to attack Yeludi and the others, their fate was already decided. Stop! I'll give you one more chance. Stop, or your body and soul will be destroyed. Yeludi roared. So much nonsense. You're the one who's going to die. Dandan shouted as he controlled the formation and continued to attack. Ling Yue, on the other hand, did not say a word. She drew her bow and another arrow flew out. Despicable bastards, since you're courting death, then die for me. Yeludi roared as the formation plate in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He had already activated the formation and activated the restrictive power in Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies. The restrictive power of the Heavenly Palace armor spread into every cell in their bodies. At this moment, it burst out from every cell. A wave of energy spread out from their bodies like flames, burning fiercely. Their bodies started to crumble under this power. Damn it, stop! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he rushed out to help. However, it was already too late. The power of the restrictions on the Heavenly Palace battle armor exploded too quickly. Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies were quickly dissipating like a wisp of dust that was blown away by the wind. By the time Lu Ming rushed out of the earth vein, the bodies of the two had already completely collapsed. There were only two balls of light floating in the air. These two balls of light were the souls of Dandan's duo. However, the power of the Heavenly Palace armor was too terrifying. Not only could it destroy the body, but it could also destroy the soul. At this moment, their souls were also burning like flames, as if they would be destroyed at any moment. But at this time, runes suddenly spread out from their souls. These runes interweaved into a mysterious pattern, enveloping the souls of the two people within. At the same time, the void began to ripple like water. This power enveloped the souls of both of them. Under the dual effects of the rune and the rune formation, the restrictive power was suppressed, and the souls of the two men stopped disintegrating. However, although their souls had stopped disintegrating, their eyes were tightly shut. There was no movement at all, nor was there any sign of life. Lu Ming's heart sank. At the same time, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed towards Dandan and Ling Yue's souls, wanting to protect their souls. Yeludi and the rest of the heavenly human race were stunned at first. In their opinion, as long as they activated the power of the restriction, the two of them would die. Whether it was their bodies or souls, they would not be left behind and would vanish in a thin air. However, their souls seemed to be protected by two forces. What was going on? However, they quickly reacted. No matter what kind of power you have, you will be destroyed today. Not a single trace can be left behind. Yeludi said coldly. He took a step forward and attacked Dandan and Ling Yue's souls. A violent power erupted, wanting to completely crush their souls. Scram! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were about to split open as he used the heaven-splitting style. His body turned into a spear light and stabbed towards Yeludi. Mu Yun! Yeludi's eyes burst into flames. He directly abandoned Dandan and Ling Yue's souls and turned to attack Lu Ming. His target was originally Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had actually taken the initiative to leave the earth vein and leave the protection. How could he miss this opportunity? Holding the spear in his hand, he stabbed towards Lu Ming like an invincible war god. The spear light and the spear collided in the air, erupting with an earth-shattering boom. The spear light that Lu Ming had transformed into trembled continuously. In the next moment, it directly collapsed. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated explosively. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming was no match for him. The other party had 10 stars of battle strength. His overall battle strength was 1 star higher than Lu Ming's. Kill! Yeludi roared. His spear did not stop. It turned into thousands of spear shadows and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked a few moves in a row. Unfortunately, he was no match for him. He coughed out blood and retreated. If he had not mastered many ancient secret techniques, his body would have been pierced by the spear. Even so, he was incomparably embarrassed. Yeludi, do you want to take all the benefits for yourself? Muyan, leave it to me. The heavenly human tribewoman also rushed over at this moment. She held a long sword in her hand, and thousands of sword shadows stabbed towards Lu Ming. This woman's battle strength was no weaker than Yeludi's. She also wanted to kill Lu Ming. This was a great merit. How could she let Yeludi enjoy it alone? Facing the power of 2 experts, even if Lu Ming had mastered many secret techniques and had many adaptations, it was still very dangerous. He barely managed to block a few moves. His body was swept by a sword light and was almost split in half. Die for me, the heavenly human tribewoman shouted coldly. She wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. However, at this moment, a sword light suddenly shot out from the other side and blocked the heavenly human tribewoman's sword light. It was Yi Ling. Just now, when Lu Ming moved, he also rushed out. However, he was 1 step slower and arrived just in time. Traitor Yi Ling, do you want to die? The heavenly human tribewoman obviously knew Yi Ling. She shouted coldly, and the sharp sword light went straight for Yi Ling's forehead. Yi Ling pushed his battle strength to the extreme and counterattacked with all his might. The 2 sword lights fought fast and collided more than 10 times in an instant. However, Yi Ling's combat power was also 1 star lower than his opponent's. He was no match for him. After a dozen exchanges, he was hit by a sword beam. A deep sword wound appeared on his chest, dripping with blood. Kill! Kill! Yeludi, the heavenly human tribewoman, and even the other experts of the heavenly human tribe all attacked. They charged towards Lu Ming together, wanting to kill Lu Ming and obtain the greatest merit. With so many people attacking together, and several of them were experts of the same level as Yeludi, Lu Ming definitely could not avoid them. Chapter 4372. There were at least 4 experts who were at the same level as Yeludi. Lu Ming could not handle one of them, let alone the 4 of them. Lu Ming was no match for them at all. Even with Yi Ling, it was useless. He could not avoid them even if he wanted to. It seemed that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were about to be in danger. All of a sudden, ripples spread through the air like water. First, the souls of Dandan and Ling Yue flickered and disappeared from their original positions. Then, Yeludi and the others seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. They were greatly hindered and their bodies slowed down. Space-time power. Who is it? Come out. Yeludi roared, and the heavenly annihilation power erupted. The long spear swept across, and there was an explosion in the void. The force was forcibly split open. The other experts also used their strongest heavenly force to break open the force. It's really space-time power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed. He was very familiar with the space-time power. It came from bubbles. Could it be? There was no time to think. Lu Ming shouted, "Let's go." At this moment, Yeludi and the others were disturbed by the space-time power. It was a good opportunity to escape. Lu Ming and Yi Ling took the opportunity to leave their original positions. They appeared thousands of miles away and escaped the encirclement. You want to leave? Go to hell. Yeludi roared and held the long spear in his hand. His entire body was shrouded in the heavenly annihilation power. He was like a destructive god of war. He chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. As soon as Lu Ming escaped the encirclement, Yeludi had already arrived. The other 3 experts of the same level were not slow either. 3 attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. However, as soon as their attacks were launched, the space around them rippled again. The space was like water, filled with layers of ripples. It was as if time had frozen in that area. This was an extremely powerful space-time power. It pressed down on the people of the heavenly human tribe and slowed their movements. Lu Ming and Yi Ling took the opportunity to dodge the attacks again. "How dare you meddle in our affairs? Get out here!" A burly prodigy of the heavenly human tribe wielded a heavy battle sword and slashed at a spot in the void. A huge sword light slashed out violently, and a huge explosion occurred in the void. A petite figure suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. She seemed to be surrounded by layers of space, as if she was not in this space-time. The sword light slashed out, but it was unable to hit the figure. Instead, it was exploited by the space-time power layer by layer, and finally disappeared. "Bubbles!" Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. That's right, this petite figure was Bubbles. Lu Ming definitely wouldn't be mistaken. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Even though Bubble had grown up a lot and looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, Lu Ming still recognized her at a glance. The aura of the origin of life wouldn't change. Bubble's figure flickered and disappeared from the primordial world. In the next moment, it appeared beside Lu Ming. "Big brother Lu Ming," Bubble exclaimed in surprise. She actually recognized Lu Ming. Moreover, she used the voice transmission method, as if she was afraid that others would know. "Bubble, why are you here? How did you recognize me?" Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. "So you're a space-time spirit mouse. How dare you? Space-time spirit mice. Are you trying to annihilate your tribe?" Yelu Di shouted coldly. His killing intent was cold, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. They recognized Bubble's true form at a glance. "I'll explain later. Let's retreat first," Bubble said. The space-time power spread out and brought Lu Ming and Yi Ling back to the Earth vein. "You want to retreat? You can't. Kill." The four top prodigies of the heavenly human tribe attacked at the same time. They attacked Lu Ming, Bubble, and the others. In addition, there were more than a dozen experts of the heavenly human tribe who were weaker. These second-rate experts were also very terrifying. Every one of them could fight with Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Any one of them could threaten their lives. With so many experts attacking at the same time, Lu Ming and the group felt a deadly sense of crisis. "Space-time." At this moment, Bubble shouted. Her delicate body emitted a powerful aura. Ninth layer divine god realm. Lu Ming realized that Bubble's cultivation had reached the ninth layer divine god realm. This was shocking. One must know that when Bubble and Dandin had left together, Bubble's cultivation was not very high back then. Her cultivation was even inferior to Dandin's. However, Bubble's cultivation had now far surpassed Dandin's. Bubble must have had an amazing, fortuitous encounter. When Lu Ming participated in the selection of heavenly soldiers in the Heavenly Palace, he met Dandin, but did not see Bubble. Lu Ming was very curious and had asked Dandin where Bubble was. Dandin had said that Bubble had entered one of the ancestral lands of the space-time spirit mice. That was all. Lu Ming knew that Bubble had entered one of the ancestral lands of the space-time spirit mice. He didn't know anything else. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. They hadn't seen each other until now, but Bubble had already shown her amazing cultivation. Not only did Bubble show her cultivation of the ninth layer divine god realm, but at the same time, her glabella emitted a dazzling light. Then two words flew out. One was time, and the other was space. The two words flew up into the sky and rapidly became bigger. Each word was as big as a planet and emitted a mysterious aura. The time and space of this area and this world seemed to be controlled by the two words. These are the origin ancient words time and space. Lu Ming was astonished. He recognized the two words at a glance. They were the origin ancient words. Bubble had controlled two origin ancient words. The most shocking thing was that they were time and space. They were compatible with Bubble's talent. The power they could unleash was unpredictable. Lu Ming was even more certain that Bubble had encountered an amazing fortuitous encounter. Whoosh! The space in this area was constantly distorted and then squeezed toward Yelu Di and the others. To be honest, Yelu Di and the others were shocked when they saw Bubble use the two origin ancient words. However, they quickly reacted. Do you think you can stop us with just the origin ancient words? Break. Even the power of space-time has to yield to the power of heaven. The heavenly human tribes, sky prides roared, and the power of heaven burst out and swept in all directions. The power of heaven was indeed powerful. Even though Bubble was supported by the two origin ancient words and the power of space-time was terrifyingly strong, it was still broken by them. However, the heavenly human tribes members were still greatly affected. Bubble's strength was beyond their expectations. With the two origin ancient words as the foundation and her talent, she was able to compete with Yeludi, who had a 10-star battle strength. If she was just a support, she could unleash more power. Attack! Lu Ming and Bubble's tacit understanding was still there. When he saw that the heavenly human tribes members were affected, he immediately attacked with all his strength. He turned into a spear light and stabbed toward Yeludi. Chapter 43-73. Lu Ming activated the sky, splitting form to the maximum, and turned into a spear radiance, stabbing towards Yeludi. Break it! Yeludi roared and swung his spear, breaking through the space-time power and colliding with the spear radiance that Lu Ming had turned into. This time, Yeludi did not gain the upper hand. They were evenly matched. Both of them took a step back. Although Yeludi had broken through the space-time power, he was still greatly affected. His combat strength was reduced, and he could no longer suppress Lu Ming. At the same time, Yiling also took action and blocked the attack of the female Heavenly Human Tribe Supreme Talent. However, there were other experts from the Heavenly Human Tribe who charged towards Lu Ming and the rest. There were too many of them. Even with Bubble space-time power, Lu Ming and the rest were still no match for them. However, at this moment, there was a terrifying sound of the air being torn apart. There were 8 attacks in total, and each attack was of a different color. However, their power was extremely shocking. These 8 attacks were directed towards the Heavenly Human Tribe. This is the power of 9 Orifices' Sacred Heart. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was very familiar with this power. It was Autumn Moon's power of 9 Orifices' Sacred Heart. Indeed, Lu Ming looked around and saw a figure in the distance. Her entire body was shrouded in colorful light. If it was not Autumn Moon, who else could it be? It was obvious that Autumn Moon was not in this star palace previously, but in another star palace. Now, she must have crossed over to this star palace. The power of Autumn Moon's attack was extremely terrifying. Those who were hit by the colorful light were forced to retreat. In a flash, Autumn Moon arrived at the battlefield. She looked at Lu Ming with joy. Another one who is courting death. It's her, the traitor of the Heavenly Palace, the disciple of Master God Meng Su. Very well, since they're all here, let's get rid of them together. Yeludi and the rest shouted coldly. Some of them charged towards Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, be careful, Lu Ming shouted. Autumn Moon smiled. His heart emitted a resplendent glow. There were 9 colors, but 8 of them were extremely dazzling. It was as if there was a colorful sun in his chest. 8 types of dazzling light intertwined together to form a colorful scimitar that slashed toward the Heavenly Human Tribe prodigy. Boom! The 8-colored scimitar collided with the Heavenly Human Race's prodigy. The Heavenly Human Race's prodigy's body trembled violently and retreated rapidly. A saber wound appeared on his arm, and it was almost chopped off. The prodigy of the Heavenly Human Tribe was no match for Autumn Moon. Even Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. Autumn Moon, what powerful strength! Lu Ming's heart thumped violently. That young genius from the Heavenly Human Clan was one of the 4 strongest young geniuses there. He had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer and 10 stars of battle prowess. Such an expert was actually suppressed by Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon also has 10 stars of battle prowess, and his cultivation has reached the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming judged Autumn Moon's battle prowess and cultivation level. He was truly shocked. It seemed that Autumn Moon had also obtained great opportunities in the other astral palaces. When Lu Ming first met Autumn Moon after leaving the Heavenly Palace, Autumn's 9 orifices sacred heart only had one color that was extremely dazzling. But now, Xianxia had a total of 8 orifices that were releasing powerful energy. There were 8 different colors, and they were incomparably dazzling. The power of the 9 orifices sacred heart was almost fully unleashed. Autumn's battle prowess was not any weaker than Yeludi's. It could be said that they were on the same level. Autumn was able to gain the upper hand and injure the heavenly human tribe's prodigy with one strike because of Bubble's space-time energy. Sister Autumn, you're so powerful. Let's continue, Bubble shouted excitedly and continued to activate the 2 origin ancient words. The space-time energy continued to suppress the people of the heavenly human tribe. At the same time, Autumn attacked. The power of the 9 orifices sacred heart turned into a machete and slashed out continuously. The sky was filled with colorful light. In addition, Lu Ming and Yi Ling also attacked with all their might. For a moment, the people of the heavenly human tribe were forced to retreat. Damn it! The people of the heavenly human tribe roared in anger. On the surface, their battle prowess was clearly above Lu Ming's, but in reality, they were at a disadvantage. This was mainly because of the space-time energy. The space-time energy was too much of a hindrance to them. The space-time energy could be said to be the strongest auxiliary power, especially when it was supported by the 2 origin ancient words, time and space. The power that burst out was even more shocking. Even the supreme power of the heavenly human tribe could not break through it so easily. It did not mean that the space-time energy was stronger than the supreme power of the heavenly human tribe. The space-time energy of an ordinary space-time spirit mouse was far from that strong. It was definitely not comparable to the 4 supreme powers of the heavenly human tribe. However, Bubble was different. Bubble's talent was very high. With the help of the 2 origin ancient words, the space-time energy had undergone a qualitative change. It was no longer weaker than the supreme power. Being affected by the space-time energy, it was difficult for her to fully display her battle prowess. On the other hand, Autumn's battle prowess could be fully displayed. Naturally, she could suppress the heavenly human tribe. No matter how angry the people of the heavenly human tribe were, they could not change the fact. They kept retreating. Some of the weaker ones were even injured and almost died here. Formation, 9 heavens battle formation. Yeludi shouted at the strong men of the heavenly human tribe. There were hundreds of strong men of the heavenly human tribe in the surroundings. At this moment, they began to move, preparing to set up the 9 heavens battle formation to deal with Lu Ming and the others. Bubble, bring us to destroy their formation, Lu Ming said to Bubble. Okay, Bubble replied. The space-time energy enveloped Lu Ming and the others. In a flash, Lu Ming and the others appeared among the heavenly human tribe. Then, the power of time and space exploded, and the void distorted, forming a powerful pressure. The strong men of the heavenly human tribe suddenly felt like they were in a quagmire. They tried their best, but their movements were as slow as a turtle's. There was a big gap between their strength and Bubble's. Naturally, it was not easy for them to break through Bubble's space-time energy. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. Spear radiance burst out, and instantly, 6 strong men of the 9th layer divine god realm were pierced through their foreheads by the spear radiance. They died immediately. At the same time, Yi Ling and Autumn also attacked mercilessly. A wave of attacks killed more than 10 strong men of the heavenly human tribe. Under the influence of the space-time energy, they could not set up the 9 heavens battle formation because there was not enough time. Damn it! Yeludi and the others were furious. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they could not wait to cut Lu Ming and the others into pieces. Unfortunately, they could not do it with their strength. Retreat, retreat. In the end, Yeludi and the others had no choice but to give the order to retreat. They rushed over and broke through the space-time energy. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. They had come with such a big force, but in the end, they ran away in a sorry state. After the heavenly human tribe left, Lu Ming and the others returned to the earth vein. After all, there were 4 big trees guarding it, so it was safer. Chapter 4374. Big Brother Lu Ming, long time no see. I missed you so much. Bubbles directly hung on Lu Ming's neck, just like before. Cough, cough. Bubbles, be reserved, be reserved. You've grown up now. You're different from before. Lu Ming quickly coughed a few times, his old face slightly red. If Big Brother Lu Ming dislikes Bubbles, then just make them smaller. Bubbles jumped down from Lu Ming's neck and pouted. Her cute little face was filled with displeasure. How could that be? How could I dislike Bubbles? Lu Ming rubbed Bubbles' head and quickly changed the topic, asking, Bubbles, how did you recognize me? Am I a completely different person now? This was his present body, but Bubbles was able to recognize him at a glance. Furthermore, she directly helped him and offended the celestial race. This made him very curious. It was that guy Dandan who told me. Bubbles said, Dandan. At the mention of Dandan, Lu Ming's heart immediately sank, and he said, Bubbles, how are Dandan and the others? Quickly take them out and let's see. Bubbles nodded. With a wave of his hand, Dandan and Ling Yue's souls appeared in the air. Both of their souls had their eyes tightly shut. Their souls were covered in layers of runes, and at the same time, they were enveloped by the power of time and space. It seemed that the situation was not good. Dandan used a formation to protect his soul, and then with my power of time and space, he temporarily suppressed the power of the restriction in his soul. However, he couldn't suppress it for long, and at most 3 years, their souls would also turn into ashes. Bubbles said, What? It can only be suppressed for 3 years. Lu Ming's heart shook violently, and his expression became even uglier. In 3 years, it will vanish into thin air. Is there no way to save it? Lu Ming asked. Yes, Dandan told me a method before. Bubbles said, Dandan told you a method? Could it be that Dandan had anticipated this? Lu Ming asked. Yes, actually, Dandan had anticipated this day ever since he found out about your relationship with the Heavenly Palace. Later on, they were controlled into the Taishang Immortal City, and Dandan began to make arrangements. One time, he happened to meet me and told me about your situation. He also told me that the Heavenly Human Tribe would definitely use them to deal with you, Big Brother Lu Ming, so he had a backup plan. He set up a formation in his and Sister Yue's souls in advance. He asked me to help him with the power of time and space to buy time for them. I'll have to rely on you for the rest. Bubbles said, What does Dandan want me to do? Lu Ming asked. Dandan told me that before entering the Taishang Immortal City, he had read a lot of information and the experience passed down by the seniors of the Black Tortoise clan. He knew that there was an immortal mountain in the Xianxia Star Palace, and there was a treasure called the 5 Elemental Fairy Tier. As long as you can get the 5 Elemental Fairy Tier, you can save them. Bubbles said, Xianxia Star Palace, 5 Elemental Fairy Tier? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a shocking light. He had to get it. Dandan was indeed a cunning old fox. He had left a way out for himself. Otherwise, how could he die so easily? Dandan had already made arrangements, and he would definitely complete the rest. There's no time to lose. I plan to set off immediately to the Xianxia Star Palace to look for the 5 Elemental Fairy Tier. Lu Ming said, Young master, I'll go with you. Xiaoyu said immediately. Big Brother Lu Ming, don't think about leaving me behind. Bubbles also said immediately. Their attitude was firm, and it was obvious that Lu Ming could not refuse. Brother Lu, how about this? I'll stay here and help you refine the desolation pills. Yi Ling said with a smile. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists, feeling very grateful. Yi Ling knew him very well. Lu Ming's current cultivation was still a little weak. He was only in the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Only when he broke through to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm would he be truly powerful and fearless. However, Lu Ming needed too many desolation pills to break through to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. A total of 12 billion. If they all went to the Xianxia Star area, to look for the 5 elemental fairy tier, who would help Lu Ming refine the pills. What would Lu Ming use to break through? Yiling knew this very well. That was why he did not say that he wanted to look for the 5 elemental fairy tier. Instead, he said that he wanted to help Lu Ming refine the pills. This would be a great help to Lu Ming. After all, there was not much time left before they left the second level of the Taishang Immortal City. Brother Lu Ming, I also have many pill furnaces here. Take them. Bubbles waved his hand, and a large pile of pill furnaces flew out. There were no less than 300 of them. Bubble alone actually had so many pill furnaces. This was too shocking. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. The space-time energy was too mysterious. It might not be the strongest in terms of offense, but in other aspects, it was extremely mysterious. With the space-time energy, it would be much easier for him to obtain pill furnaces than others. Young master, I have some too. Autumn Moon also took out her pill furnaces. Autumn Moon did not have many pill furnaces, only a little more than 100. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He took all of them and handed them to Yiling. With so many pill furnaces, he should be able to gather enough desolation pills in 10 years. Even if it was not enough, it would not be too far away. Brother Yi, I'll leave this place to you, Lu Ming said. It's okay. With the 4 trees, they can't do anything to me. Yiling smiled. Then I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and gave the 4 trees an order. Then, he left with Bubbles and Autumn Moon. After Lu Ming and the other 2 left, they purposely revealed their whereabouts to the Heavenly Human Tribe. He did this to prevent the Heavenly Human Tribe from gathering their forces and besieging the Earth Vein in the future. The 4 trees alone might not be able to stop them. However, after he left, the Heavenly Human Tribe would not have to risk their lives to besiege the Earth Vein. That way, Yiling could refine the desolation pills in peace. It would affect whether he could break through to the 9th level of the Divine God Realm. He could not be careless. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others came to an open space. Autumn Moon and Bubbles had crossed the starry sky barrier to come here. Naturally, they knew where the space was weaker. The space here was weaker, and it was easier to break through the barrier. I'll go first, Bubbles cried out. With a wave of her little hand, the space was forcefully torn apart. Brother Lu Ming, I'll go first, Bubbles said. She took a step forward and disappeared into the space. Apparently, she had entered another star palace. Young master, you go first. Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming. All right, Lu Ming nodded. Forbidden energy burst out, and his palm slashed down like a knife. One could not bring others to cross the barrier of the Star Palace. The person who broke through the barrier could only pass through and could not bring others with him. Bubbles burst, and only she could pass through. She could not bring Lu Ming and Autumn Moon with her. If Lu Ming and Autumn Moon wanted to pass through, they could only do it themselves. Swoosh! Lu Ming's palm slashed down, and the space was torn apart. Chapter 4375. With Lu Ming's current strength, it was not difficult for him to break the barrier between the star palaces. He found that as long as he had the battle strength of a 5th-star Emperor God, he could break the barrier between the star palaces. Lu Ming took a step forward, stepped into the space crack, and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a new place. This should be the Brave Star Palace. Lu Ming thought. This was obviously not the Leader Star Palace. The Leader Star Palace was not next to the Mighty Star Palace. They had to pass through several other heavenly palaces to reach the Leader Star Palace. Bubbles was already waiting here. At this time, the void filled up and Autumn Moon's figure appeared. Then, they turned into a few rays of light and left to find the weak point of the Brave Star Palace. The environment here is not much different from the profound Sky Star Palace. While flying, Lu Ming observed. The environment of the Brave Star Palace was not much different from the Mighty Star Palace. The aura was almost the same. It was also filled with a rich, desolate aura. Sometimes they could even see an Earth vein. Soon, they arrived at a weak point in the space and continued to break through the void to enter the next Star Palace. Just like that, they arrived at the Leader Star Palace after a few transits. On the way, Lu Ming asked Xiaoyu and Bubbles about what had happened to them during this period. The two of them had obtained great opportunities. Autumn Moon entered an immortal mansion in the most supreme immortal palace and obtained great opportunities. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she had opened 8 of the 9 orifices of the Sacred Heart, which had greatly increased its power. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Autumn Moon did not obtain many pill furnaces, but her cultivation had reached the 9th star Emperor God realm. It had a lot to do with the opportunities in the Immortal Mansion. Bubbles' opportunities in the most supreme immortal palace were very ordinary. However, Bubbles had obtained great opportunities in the primitive universe. She had obtained 2 origin ancient characters, and her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. With that as a foundation and the mysterious power of time and space, she had obtained a large number of pill furnaces and refined a large number of primitive pills. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Each of them had their own fortuitous encounters. "Look, the 5 elements Immortal Mountain!" Bubbles suddenly shouted. Lu Ming looked ahead. Indeed, there was a mountain in front of them. The mountain was actually floating in the air. The mountain had 5 colors: gold, red, blue, green, and yellow. They corresponded with the colors of the 5 elements. This was the 5 elements Immortal Mountain, their destination. This 5 phases Immortal Mountain appeared about 5 or 6 years ago. It's a miraculous place in the heavenly stalwarts planetary system. Supposedly, it contains incredible good fortune that can help people gain enlightenment of the Tao. Many people have already gone inside, including some chosen who came from other planetary palaces. Bubbles explained. This was an area similar to the hidden area, both of which had appeared later on. It was just that the fortuitous encounters were different. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them flew toward the 5 elements Immortal Mountain. The closer they got to the 5 elements Immortal Mountain, the more they felt that the mountain was vast and boundless. Their bodies also became smaller and smaller. In fact, it was not that they had become smaller, but that the 5 elements Immortal Mountain was too big. In the end, the 3 of them were like dust and planets compared to the 5 elements Immortal Mountain. The 5 elements Immortal Mountain was actually made up of 5 parts. There was a mountain for each color. The 5 mountains were side by side, forming a complete 5 elements Immortal Mountain. Moreover, the first mountain to enter was the first mountain, the Flame Immortal Mountain. Only by passing through the Flame Immortal Mountain could one enter the next mountain. Only by passing through all 5 mountains could one reach the final place and obtain the 5 elements Immortal tier. When the 3 of them were a certain distance away from the Flame Immortal Mountain, a strong suction force pulled Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles toward the Flame Immortal Mountain. The 3 of them followed the force and arrived at the surface of the Flame Immortal Mountain. They stopped on an open space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Billowing heat waves swept toward them. It was incomparably hot, and the temperature was shockingly high. The 3 of them had to circulate their chi to resist the heat waves. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly emitted from the top of their heads. At the same time, a halo appeared. In the next moment, the halo condensed into a bracelet. There were 3 identical bracelets. Each of them had 1 bracelet on their head. There were 5 holes on the bracelets, corresponding to 5 different colors: light red, light blue, light yellow, light gold, and light green. They corresponded to the 5 elements. As expected, Dandan said, "This is a 5 elements bracelet. It can absorb the 5 elements soul energy. In the 5 elements Immortal Mountain, every mountain has a 5 elements soul beast. Killing these 5 element soul beasts will absorb the 5 elements soul beast soul energy. The light red hole absorbs the 5 elements soul energy of the fire element. Only when it is full can one enter the next mountain. Moreover, after it is full, one can exchange it for a type of 5 elements immortal energy. This 5 elements immortal energy is incomparably mysterious. After absorbing it, one will have a great transformation. Bubbles explained. In the end, he even explained that this was all what Dandin had told him. It could be said that every mountain was equivalent to an opportunity, because after each hole was full, one could exchange it for a strand of 5 elements immortal energy. Then let's begin, Lu Ming said. He did not want to waste any time. His figure rose into the air, looked around, and began to search for the 5 elements soul beasts. Previously, this flaming mountain looked like a huge mountain from afar. After entering the flaming mountain, they realized that this place was no different from a world. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains, peaks, and valleys everywhere. Other than that, there was nothing to see. There were no plants or other creatures. The 3 of them randomly chose a direction and sped away. They spread out their spiritual senses to search for the 5 elements soul beasts. However, after searching for a long time, they did not find a single 5-element soul beast. They continued to search. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. They still did not find a single 5-element soul beast. This made the 3 of them frown. If they couldn't find the 5-element soul beast, then the 5-element soul energy in the bracelet wouldn't be enough, and they wouldn't be able to enter the next 5 elements mountain. This way, they wouldn't be able to obtain the 5 elements immortal tears and save Dandin and Ling Yue. What's going on? Bubbles, do you still remember what other clues Dandin mentioned? Lu Ming asked Bubbles. Yes, Dandin said that the 5 elements immortal mountain starts from the blazing immortal mountain, then the yellow earth immortal mountain, then the green wood immortal mountain. The 5 elements soul beasts of the 5 immortal mountains are getting stronger and more dangerous. However, it's not absolute. It's just an average level. Some of the 5-element soul beasts of the blazing immortal mountain are also very powerful. Bubbles explained in detail what Dandin had told her about the 5 elements immortal mountain. Lu Ming listened carefully and analyzed. Chapter 4376. In that case, most of the ordinary soul beasts in this flaming immortal mountain have been hunted by others. Lu Ming frowned. The 5 elements immortal mountain had been open for 5 or 6 years. Many people had probably entered. The ordinary 5-element soul beasts had most likely been hunted by those who came in early. Are there any powerful 5 elements soul beasts left? Xiao Yu asked. It's possible. The ordinary 5-element soul beasts have been hunted, but there are very powerful 5-element soul beasts in every mountain. They are extremely difficult to hunt. We might be able to find them. Bubbles said, All right, then we'll look for hidden and dangerous places. Those powerful 5-element soul beasts should be in those hidden and dangerous places. Lu Ming said. Then they began to look for those dangerous and hidden places. Not long after, they found the 5-element soul beasts. In a dangerous mountain stream, there was some fiery red liquid. This fiery red liquid emitted a scorching heat. There were a few strange beasts that looked like pythons, but their heads were lion heads and eagle claws on their abdomens. They were swimming in the fiery red liquid. At a glance, they saw 3 of them. These were the 5 elements soul beasts of the flaming immortal mountain. Roar! Upon seeing Lu Ming and the other 2, these 5-element soul beasts roared like lions, shaking the mountains and rivers. Then, they twisted their bodies and soared into the air, pouncing towards Lu Ming and the other 2, spitting out scorching flames from their mouths. The flames burned fiercely, and the temperature was shockingly high. Let me. Bubbles pressed forward with her small hand, and the void distorted. The flames seemed to be frozen in the air. Roar! Realizing that the flames they spat out were frozen, these 5-element soul beasts were abnormally furious. Their slender and huge bodies pounced towards Lu Ming and the other 2. The eagle claws on their abdomens continuously clawed out, grabbing the space-time power. The void rumbled and exploded continuously. Bubbles' space-time power actually felt like it was about to be torn apart. So strong. Lu Ming and the other 2 had the same thought in their hearts. These 3 5-element soul beasts were shockingly strong. Their cultivation should be at the 9th level of the divine god realm, and their battle strength should be at 9 stars. Yes, This was equivalent to a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe. Any one of these 5-element soul beasts could contend with the current Lu Ming. No wonder the 3 5-element soul beasts had yet to be killed. How many people would be able to kill such a powerful soul beast? Dare to hunt them? Even among the heavenly human tribe, there weren't many who could kill these 3 5-element soul beasts, let alone other races in the primitive universe. However, it wasn't difficult for Lu Ming and the other 5-element soul beasts. "I'll suppress them. You guys kill," Bubble said, and an even stronger space-time power erupted. Space kept twisting, and it was as though time was flowing backwards. This was because the space in the Grand Supreme Immortal City was too stable. It was extremely difficult to control it. If this was the great desolate universe, given Bubble's attainments in the power of space-time, it would create a terrifying scene. A powerful space-time force pressed down on the 3 5-element soul beasts, causing their bodies to stiffen. Whoosh! Lu Ming and Xiao Moon turned into 2 bolts of lightning and attacked the 3 5-element soul beasts. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with resplendent light. 8 different colors turned into a curved blade and slashed at the 2 5-element soul beasts at the same time. Xiao Moon's battle strength had reached 10 stars, and her cultivation was at the 9th level of the divine god realm. Her battle strength was far above any of the 5-element soul beasts. The machete slashed, and the heads of the 2 5-element soul beasts flew high into the sky. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the sky-breaking form. He turned into a spear light and stabbed at the forehead of one of the 5-element soul beasts. Pooh! The spear light was like a drill. It drilled into the head of the 5-element soul beast and killed it. The 5-element soul beast was very strong. Under normal circumstances, it could definitely fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle strength was at the peak of 12 stars. His overall battle strength was stronger than the other party. In addition, the 5-element soul beast was suppressed by Bubble's space-time. It was not strange that it was killed by Lu Ming in one move. After killing this soul beast, a wisp of crimson light rushed out of the soul beast's body and rushed into the light red hole on the bracelet on Lu Ming's hand. The color of the hole immediately darkened. On the other hand, after Xiao Yu killed the 2 soul beasts, 2 wisps of crimson light rushed into the bracelet on her back. The color of the hole on her bracelet had also deepened. It was even darker than Lu Ming's bracelet. Lu Ming understood that this was the soul energy of the 5-element soul beasts. After absorbing this soul energy, the color of the hole would become darker. When it was filled, the light would be very bright. Now, it was not completely filled, but the color was slightly darker. "Let's go. We will continue to look for the other 5-element soul beasts," Lu Ming said. Since there were such powerful 5-element soul beasts left, it was best if even these powerful 5-element soul beasts were killed. Wouldn't they not be able to enter the next mountain? The 3 of them were about to leave. Suddenly, roar! In the mountain stream below, there was a sudden roar that shook the void and exploded. Then, the scarlet liquid in the mountain stream crazily rolled and formed water pillars that rushed towards Lu Ming and the other 2. "Be careful!" Lu Ming shouted and used his body as a spear. In an instant, hundreds of spear lights burst out and bombarded the water pillars formed by the red liquid. But when the spear lights collided with the water pillars, the spear lights shook violently and then scattered. Lu Ming's body trembled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The power of these water pillars was shocking. At this time, Bubble also made a move. With a press of both hands, the space-time power erupted and formed layers of barriers in front of it. Boom, boom, boom. The water pillars continued to bombard the space-time power, causing it to tremble nonstop. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, and under the crimson liquid, a huge monster appeared. This monster looked exactly the same as the 3 5-element soul beasts from before, but its body was bigger. This was also a 5-element soul beast, but it was stronger and gave off a more terrifying pressure. Roar! This 5-element soul beast roared and rushed towards Lu Ming and the other 2. Six eagle talon-like sharp claws on its abdomen continuously clawed at the space-time power. The space-time power began to tremble as if it couldn't withstand it. In the end, Bubble brought out the two origin ancient characters, but couldn't stabilize and was constantly torn apart. What terrifying combat power! Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This five-element soul beast cultivation was naturally at the 9th level of the divine god realm, but its combat power was terrifying. It should have 10 stars of combat power. Chapter 4377. This five-element soul beast had astonishing combat strength. It definitely had a 10-star combat strength. And from the looks of it, it probably had the combat strength of a 10-star pinnacle combat strength. Roar. The five elements soul beast kept roaring with cold, killing intent. Its huge body kept twisting, and its sharp claws tore through the air. Bubble space-time energy could not withstand it and was torn apart. At the same time, its body was wrapped in a layer of flame. This flame seemed to be able to burn everything, even the space-time energy. It was extremely terrifying. The space-time energy was the general name of the space-time energy and the space-time energy. It was mysterious and hard to understand. However, this flame was able to burn both space-time and time. This showed how terrifying it was. This further proved that this five-element soul beast had the combat strength of a 10-star pinnacle combat strength. 8 orifices in 1 kill. Autumn Moon roared, and the 9 orifices' sacred heart appeared in his chest. It beat violently like a drum. 9 rays of light turned into a scimitar and slashed towards the five-element soul beast's head. Roar. The five-elements soul beast roared and clashed with the scimitar with its sharp claws. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the force swept out in all directions. The crimson liquid kept exploding. Great binding art, great entanglement art. Lu Ming also made his move. All kinds of ancient secret techniques were used to trap the enemy. They shrouded the five-element soul beast and tried to bind it. Lu Ming's strength was not as strong as the five-element soul beast. However, with the help of Bubble's space-time energy, he could still cause some interference to the five-element soul beast. Under the double suppression of Lu Ming and Bubble, the five-element soul beast could not exert its full combat strength. Autumn Moon was able to suppress the five-element soul beast. Autumn Moon activated the 9 orifices' sacred heart, and the scimitar slashed at the five-element soul beast's neck. In the end, the five-element soul beast was no match for the 3 of them. It was slashed by Autumn Moon over 100 times. Its neck was almost chopped off, and its aura was weak. With Bubble's help, their strength had increased qualitatively. The space-time energy was the king of support. It was not just for show. None of them were a match for the five-elemental soul beast. However, the 3 of them had managed to suppress the five-elemental soul beast without paying any price. Young master, you can kill this soul beast, Autumn Moon said to Lu Ming. Whoever killed the soul beast would be able to absorb its spiritual energy. Autumn Moon wanted to give this soul beast spirit energy to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded and did not stand on ceremony. Dandan said that he would put his life in Lu Ming's hands. Obviously, he believed that Lu Ming was the most likely person to reach the end of the 5 elements Immortal Mountain. What if they didn't have enough soul energy on the blazing Immortal Mountain? Wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't be able to enter the second 5 elements Immortal Mountain? Therefore, the best arrangement was to let Lu Ming, who was the last to reach the finish line, absorb the soul energy first. Lu Ming used the sky splitter style and turned into a spear light that stabbed towards the 5-elemental soul beast's head. The 5-elemental soul beast's aura was already weak and weak. It couldn't withstand Lu Ming's attack and was killed directly. A wisp of vigorous soul energy flew out and was absorbed by Lu Ming's bracelet. The hole on the bracelet was even darker, and the red light was extremely dense. If this continued, Lu Ming felt that it wouldn't take much soul energy to fill it up. The main reason was that the 5-elemental soul beast was too strong. The stronger the five-elemental soul beast, the denser the soul energy it contained. They didn't need to kill too many to gather enough soul energy. Let's continue to look for soul beasts, Lu Ming said. This time, no soul beasts rushed out of the mountain stream. After they left, they continued to look for dangerous forces. Sure enough, after half a day, they found a few more soul beasts. These soul beasts looked more peculiar than the ones they had encountered before, and their strength was also very shocking. These soul beasts were all at the 9th layer of the divine god realm and 9 stars of battle strength. Although this kind of battle strength was very strong, they were easily killed by the 3 of them. This time, the soul energy was absorbed by Lu Ming again. After absorbing the soul energy, the hole on Lu Ming's bracelet was finally filled. It emitted a dazzling light like a resplendent ruby. Of course, they didn't stop. They continued to look for soul beasts to kill. Lu Ming wanted to fill up Autumn Moon and Bubbles' bracelets too. On one hand, after filling up the bracelets, they would obtain a great opportunity. On the other hand, the more people there were, the higher their chances of success. The 3 of them continued to search. Fortunately, there were still some powerful soul beasts left in those remote and dangerous places. The 3 of them spent more than 10 days and finally succeeded. Their bracelets were all filled. At this time, the 3 of them went to the next Immortal Mountain. The next Immortal Mountain was the Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain. The 2 Immortal Mountains were connected by a suspension bridge. If they wanted to go to the next Immortal Mountain, they had to cross the suspension bridge. They couldn't fly over it. When the 3 of them reached the end of the bridge, their bracelets automatically flew out of the ruby-like hole on their bracelets. A strand of red energy flew out and spun in the air. It then turned into a strange energy and flew into Lu Ming's, Autumn Moon's, and Bubbles' foreheads and disappeared. Lu Ming immediately felt that he had entered a state of emptiness. It was as if every pore on his body had opened up. His body and mind were extremely relaxed. At the same time, his understanding of the secret techniques increased at an astonishing speed. As long as Lu Ming focused on a certain secret technique, that secret technique would improve rapidly. In a short time, a secret technique that he had just learned had reached the great success level. Is this the 5 elements immortal energy? It's really mysterious. Lu Ming didn't waste any more time. He focused and started to comprehend the secret technique. A day later, the strand of 5 elements immortal energy completely disappeared. It had been used up. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated at least 5,000 ordinary secret techniques to the great success level. Although the 5,000 secret techniques were only ordinary secret techniques, it still improved Lu Ming's forbidden force slightly. Lu Ming had a feeling that his strength had reached the 12-star level. He was not far away from a breakthrough. This is only one immortal mountain. If every immortal mountain has such benefits, it won't be a problem for my strength to reach the 13-star level. Lu Ming smiled. He then looked at Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Both of them were wearing smiles too. It was obvious that they had benefited a lot. Let's head to the Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain, Lu Ming said. The 3 stepped onto the suspension bridge and soon arrived at the Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain. The Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain was different from the fiery Immortal Mountain. It was covered in yellow soil and desert. The 3 of them repeated the same trick and began to search for the 5-element spirit beast. Chapter 4378. The 3 of them planned to continue searching for 5 elements soul beasts in desolate and dangerous places. But this time, they didn't fly very far before they were attacked. The ground exploded and several huge worms rushed out of the ground and attacked Lu Ming's group. They're only at the 6th Emperor Supreme God layer. Lu Ming's heart shook. Before he could do anything, Bubbles waved his hand and used a spatial slicing technique to kill the worms. After the worms were killed, a wisp of soul energy flew out and entered the light yellow hole on Bubbles' bracelet, causing the light yellow hole's color to darken a little. It seems like there are many ordinary soul beasts in this yellow earth immortal mountain, said Lu Ming. Every immortal mountain had 5-element soul beasts with ordinary strength and 5-element soul beasts with strong strength. In the blazing immortal mountain, the ordinary 5-element soul beasts had been killed. Only the strong 5-element soul beasts were left. But in this yellow earth immortal mountain, there were still many ordinary 5-element soul beasts. According to the information left behind by Dandan, the 5-element soul beasts in the 5-elements immortal mountain were stronger than the previous one. In the yellow earth immortal mountain, the ordinary soul beasts were stronger and more numerous. That was why some of them hadn't been killed. This was good news for the 3 of them. At least, it would be easier for the 3 of them to gather soul energy. They were afraid that the 5-element soul beasts would have been killed by the people who had come in before. As long as there were some left, it was fine. Then, the 3 of them flew while using their spiritual awareness to search. After searching for half an hour, they found a few ordinary 5-element soul beasts. Although there were still ordinary 5-element soul beasts in the yellow earth immortal mountain, there weren't many of them. It was a bit better than the blazing immortal mountain. If weaker people had come in, they would have been able to find 5-element soul beasts to kill. The 3 of them discussed for a while and decided to continue searching for more desolate and dangerous places to find stronger 5-element soul beasts. It would be more efficient that way. Half a day later, they arrived at a golden desert. There, they were surrounded by a few extremely strong soul beasts. There were 6 gigantic crabs in total. They were terrifying. They all had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. 3 of them had the strength of 9 stars, and the other 3 had the strength of 10 stars. As soon as they began fighting, the 3 of them fell into a disadvantageous position. In the end, they relied on the profundity of space-time power to surround and kill off one of them before focusing on the next one. Just like that, they split up and killed all 6 of the 5-element spiritual beasts. This was something only they could do. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to do it if they were besieged by 6 powerful soul beasts. Only by relying on the mysteries of space-time could he achieve this. After killing the 6 soul beasts, they continued their search. Just like that, over 10 days passed. The 3 of them had gathered enough soul power and were heading towards the next immortal mountain. Each mountain was connected by a suspension bridge. Similarly, when they were at the end of the bridge, the soul energy they gathered turned into 5 elements immortal energy and rushed into their glabella. The effect was exactly the same as the previous one. Lu Ming seized the time to comprehend secret techniques. When a strand of 5 elements immortal energy was used up, Lu Ming's 5,000 ordinary secret techniques had reached the great success level. His taboo power had improved once again. After this increase, Lu Ming felt that his fighting strength had finally reached a qualitative change. 13 stars of fighting strength. Indeed, even though he hadn't tested it yet, Lu Ming was sure that his fighting strength had reached 13 stars. How many great supreme gods had 13 stars of fighting strength in the world? Or perhaps, how many had existed since ancient times? Lu Ming looked confident. As long as he broke through to the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, he would be invincible in the world. 9th Great Supreme God Layer, I must reach that level. Only then will I be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the battle for the origin seeds. Lu Ming thought. As he was thinking, he was startled by Autumn Moon and Bubbles. The 9 orifices sacred heart on Autumn Moon's chest was beating continuously. It was filled with vigorous vitality. 8 of the acupuncture points were filled with terrifying aura. They had 8 different colors and were extremely dazzling. It was as if 8 extremely dazzling divine stones were embedded in them. Moreover, the 9th acupuncture point was also filled with divine light. It was as if some terrifying energy was about to burst out. Lu Ming knew that Autumn Moon's 9 orifices sacred heart was about to reach the great success level. The 9 acupuncture points of the 9 orifices sacred heart contained boundless potential. Every time an acupuncture point was opened, one's potential and strength would increase tremendously. Previously, Autumn Moon had relied on a series of opportunities to open 8 acupuncture points. However, the further he progressed, the harder it was to open them. Autumn Moon hadn't been able to open the 9th acupuncture point. However, with the help of the 5 elements immortal energy, the 9th acupuncture point was about to be opened. Thump, 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 thump. The 9 orifices' sacred heart beat violently a few times before it finally quieted down. Unfortunately, she still didn't succeed. However, there was still a smile on Autumn Moon's face. She knew very well that she was so close. As long as she could obtain a wisp of 5 elements immortal energy, she would definitely succeed. On the other side, Bubble had also made great gains. Space-time energy fluctuated around her, making her body appear very blurry. It was as if she wasn't in this space-time, but on the other side of space-time, on the other side of space-time. She took a step forward, and her body became clear again. It was as if she had reappeared in the space-time. Let's continue to the next immortal mountain. The 3 of them stepped forward and soon arrived at the 3rd immortal mountain, the Greenwood Immortal Mountain. This immortal mountain was called the Greenwood Immortal Mountain. It really lived up to its name. There were lush trees everywhere. There were also all kinds of vines and flowers. It looked like a paradise full of vitality. However, Lu Ming and the others were soon attacked. Several vines that were thicker than a person's waist and had barbs on them crazily whipped at them. Those were the 5 elements spirit beasts of the Greenwood Immortal Mountain. They existed in the form of plants. However, those 5 elements spirit beasts weren't too strong. They only had the strength of the 7th great supreme god layer. Lu Ming and the others easily killed them and absorbed their soul energy. After that, the 3 of them continued to look for 5 element spirit beasts. After some investigation, they discovered that there were many more 5 elements spirit beasts in the Greenwood Immortal Mountain than in the Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain. Not long after they arrived, they encountered a few waves of 5 element spirit beasts. Most of them were of the 7th or 8th great supreme god layer. There were many of them. They disguised themselves as ordinary plants and attacked suddenly. It was very dangerous. Those who weren't strong would be in more danger here than the previous 2 immortal mountains. Of course, no matter how many 7-element spirit beasts there were, they couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming and the others. The 3 of them hunted the ordinary spirit beasts while looking for the stronger ones. Chapter 4379. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the other 2 had stayed in the Greenwood Celestial Mountain for 5 days. Bubble was the fastest among them. She had already gathered all the soul energy of the 5-element soul beasts on her bracelet. In these 5 days, they had seen how dangerous the Greenwood Celestial Mountain was. Once, they were amidst a sea of flowers and suffered a terrifying attack. A group of beautiful flowers suddenly turned into terrifying killers with terrifying strength. There were more than a dozen flowers, and their cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Remember, above. Among them, there were 5 flowers with a 10-star battle strength, and one of them had an 11-star battle strength. Even if Lu Ming and the other 2 joined forces, they were still no match for the flowers. After a fierce battle, they barely escaped with the help of Bubble's space-time power. This made the 3 of them more vigilant. Although there were no divine masters in the 5-element Celestial Mountain, there were still divine emperors who could threaten them. This was only the 3rd Celestial Mountain, and there were already 11-star battle strength. There were still 2 more Celestial Mountains. Would there be 12-star battle strength, or even higher? The 3 of them secretly decided to be extra careful when they looked for the 5-element soul beasts in the dangerous places. There are a few 5-element soul beasts. Bubble pointed at a forest in front of them. She controlled the space-time power, and her sensing ability was very strong. Even if the soul beasts were disguised as ordinary plants and didn't move, she could still sense them. The 2 of them immediately rushed over. Suddenly, a few figures rushed out from below and stopped the 3 of them. Heavenly Human Tribe. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Those figures were from the Heavenly Human Tribe. They stared at Lu Ming. It's Mu Yun. Mu Yun is here. Very good. Apparently, those Heavenly Human Tribe members recognized Lu Ming. They stared at Lu Ming with cold, murderous intent. Very good. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He directly charged over. He grabbed the air with his palm, and a long spear appeared. Suddenly, the spear gleam flashed and shrouded a few Heavenly Human experts. Those cultivators of the Heavenly Human Tribe were all in their prime. They weren't weak. They all had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer and 6 stars. But this strength was simply not enough to look at in front of Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming made his move, a few strong men of the celestial race roared angrily and counterattacked. However, their attacks and defenses were instantly penetrated by the spear radiance. Several holes were left on their bodies, and their vitality had already been obliterated. Their eyes were wide open. Even in death, they couldn't believe that with their strength, they would be instantly killed by Lu Ming. Before entering the Taishang Immortal City, didn't they say he was only a deity emperor? He had improved so much after entering the Grand Supreme Immortal City. However, their questions were destined to remain unanswered. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the storage rings of the Heavenly Humans. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, in the distant forest, a few silhouettes suddenly rushed out and ran madly into the distance. These people weren't from the Heavenly Human Tribe. They were from other races, including the Buddhist race and the demon race. Obviously, these people were frightened when they saw Lu Ming kill a few Heavenly Human Tribe experts in the distant forest. They hurriedly ran for their lives. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. In the end, he didn't chase after them. They weren't from the Heavenly Human Tribe, and they didn't take the initiative to provoke him. There was no need to kill those who saw him. Moreover, as he became stronger and stronger, he became more confident. In addition, with Bubble and Autumn Moon, it didn't matter even if they were discovered. This was just a small episode. The 3 of them weren't affected and continued to look for the 5-element soul beasts. Soon, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's bracelets were almost filled with the soul energy of the 5-element soul beasts. There's someone there. Suddenly, Bubble pointed in a direction. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon couldn't help but look over. Sure enough, in the next moment, they saw a figure rushing over quickly. That's Yi Ling. Lu Ming's eyes widened and his heart skipped a beat. Why would Yi Ling suddenly appear here? At the same time, they discovered that Yi Ling was injured. There were several hideous wounds on his body. Could it be that the Heavenly Human Tribe had launched a siege and destroyed the 4 trees? Lu Ming released his spiritual consciousness and found that Yi Ling was real. This could be seen from his life aura. He wasn't an imposter. Soon, Yi Ling appeared in front of them. Brother Mu, I've finally found you. As Yi Ling spoke, he panted heavily. A strange look flashed in the depths of Lu Ming's eyes, but he quickly hid it. Brother Yi, why are you here? What happened? The Heavenly Human Tribe. It's the Heavenly Human Tribe. Our Earth Meridian was breached by the Heavenly Human Tribe. The Heavenly Human Tribe set up the 9 Heavens battle formation and broke through the siege of the 4 trees. Even the elixir furnaces fell into the hands of the Heavenly Human Tribe. I escaped by luck and rushed here to inform you. Brother Mu, I've let you down. Yi Ling sighed, looking miserable and self-reproachful. What? The elixir furnaces have been taken away? Damn the Heavenly Human Tribe. Autumn Moon and Bubble gritted their teeth and cursed angrily, their faces full of resentment. Lu Ming's face also turned pale. Brother Mu, I'm sorry. Yi Ling lowered his head, looking even more self-reproachful. Brother Yi, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Lu Ming walked over and patted Yi Ling on the shoulder. At this moment, something strange happened. Yi Ling opened his mouth and a beam of sword light burst out from his mouth. This beam of sword light was extremely sharp. The sword chi's cold light pierced through the clouds and was extremely terrifying. It stabbed toward Lu Ming's glabella at an astonishing speed. This was too sudden. Autumn Moon and Bubble were shocked. They wanted to save Yi Ling, but it was too late. Even if Lu Ming wanted to dodge at such a close distance, it was too late. Yi Ling's grasp of timing was too accurate. However, just as the beam of sword light was 1 centimeter away from Lu Ming's glabella, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the beam of sword light. The hand was naturally Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's palm was filled with forbidden power. After grabbing the beam of sword light, the beam of sword light could not move an inch further and could not move. Yi Ling's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to block his violent attack at such a close distance. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly exerted force, and a violent force erupted. The beam of sword light in his hand instantly collapsed. At the same time, a terrifying force crushed toward Yi Ling. Yi Ling roared angrily. More beams of sword light burst out from his body, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. However, he could not block it in the end. Under Lu Ming's power, the beams of sword light on his body continued to explode. After being hit by Lu Ming's power, his body shook violently, and he retreated violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. You only have 8-star combat strength. As expected, you're not Yi Ling at all. Who exactly are you? Lu Ming stared coldly at Yi Ling. Chapter 4380. Although Yi Ling's cultivation was also at the 9th level of the Emperor God Realm, his combat strength was only at 8 stars. The Yi Ling that Lu Ming knew had combat strength at the limit of 9 stars. He was much stronger than the one in front of him. Why? How could you block me at such a close distance? Unless you were on guard against me? Yi Ling stared at Lu Ming. That's right. I was on guard against you because I already suspected that you weren't Yi Ling. Lu Ming said coldly. He's not Yi Ling? Why is his life origin aura the same as Yi Ling's? Autumn Moon asked, her face full of confusion. That's right. It's really the same person. Could it be that Yi Ling is being controlled? Bubble said, equally confused. I'm Yi Ling. I'm sorry, Brother Mu. I was just testing your strength. I didn't have any other intentions, Yi Ling hurriedly said. Stop quibbling. Although I don't know what method you use to disguise yourself as Yi Ling, even your life origin aura is the same. You're not Yi Ling. Yi Ling wouldn't call me Brother Mu, Lu Ming said coldly. Brother Mu? No, Mu Yun. No matter what you call me, it's the same. Do you still have doubts about this? Yi Ling continued to quibble. This time, Autumn Moon and Bubbles seemed to have understood and stared coldly at Yi Ling. Yi Ling's face turned slightly pale, revealing a hint of panic and confusion. He still didn't know what he had done wrong. Let me tell you, my real identity is not Mu Yun. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming stared at Yi Ling and enunciated each word clearly. What? You're Lu Ming, the Lu Ming from the Dragon Clan's mother planet? Yi Ling exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Now, do you know where you're wrong? The real Yi Ling knows my real identity. He will only call me Brother Lu, not Brother Mu. Do you understand? Lu Ming said coldly. Step by step, he walked toward the fake Yi Ling. I'd really like to know how you managed to change your life origin aura into Yi Ling's. Lu Ming continued to ask. You want me to tell you? Sure, but only if you promise to let me go. Swear on your life essence. Fake Yi Ling shouted. Now, you don't have the right to negotiate with me. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His taboo power erupted as he rushed towards the other party. Fake Yi Ling's figure flashed as he tried to escape. However, Bubble made a move as well. The space-time around him seemed to have solidified. Fake Yi Ling couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Boom! Lu Ming collapsed. The mountain-like hand rapidly grew in size and pressed down on the fake Yi Ling. No matter how much the fake Yi Ling resisted, it was useless. Under the pressure of the large hand, the fake Yi Ling coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body trembled as he knelt on the ground. Many of his bones were broken. Speak, who are you? What method did you use to change your life origin aura? Lu Ming said coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely dense. It was as cold as a blade, cutting into the fake Yi Ling's skin. Fake Yi Ling felt a chill all over his body. It was as if he was facing the Grim Reaper, who was holding a knife to his neck. He had no doubt that if he didn't speak, Lu Ming would kill him in the next moment. He wouldn't be given any chance. I'll speak. I'm Yang Kai. As he spoke, the fake Yi Ling's appearance quickly changed into a horse-faced young man. At the same time, the life origin aura he emitted also changed rapidly. It was no longer his life origin aura, but another unfamiliar aura. This method was simply mysterious and unpredictable. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubble were a little stunned. It was easy to change one's appearance. However, it was almost impossible to change one's life origin aura. Once someone remembered the life origin aura, it was almost impossible to hide it. Lu Ming had once used the three corpses technique to sever his past and present. He had severed a brand new body, which had given him a brand new life origin aura. However, this person could change his life origin aura at will and imitate the life origin aura of others. That was amazing. Yang Kai, the Yang Kai who is ranked 19th on the Universe Prodigy list? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming clearly remembered that there was also a Yang Kai on the Universe Prodigy list who was good at swordsmanship and ranked 19th. That's right, it's me. Yang Kai nodded. I'm very curious. What secret technique did you cultivate to be able to change your life origin aura? Lu Ming asked. He was indeed very curious about this. If he could master this secret technique, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. Moreover, it would be difficult for the Heavenly Palace to track him down. To be honest, what I cultivate is one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, the Great Imitation Technique. It is ever-changing and can imitate everything I see and sense, including the life origin aura of others. Yang Kai said, it's the Great Imitation Technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the Great Imitation Technique. It was said that among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, the Great Imitation Technique was ranked in the top 3. It was extremely mysterious and had endless changes. He had always wanted to find this ancient secret technique, but he had never found it. There was none in the great ancient world, and there was none in the Heavenly Palace. He did not expect Yang Kai to master the Great Imitation Technique. He had imitated Yi Ling's appearance just now. Obviously, he wanted to take Lu Ming by surprise and assassinate him to obtain great credit. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the Great Imitation Technique. Lu Ming said. Yang Kai was not surprised. He knew that after mentioning the Great Imitation Technique, Lu Ming would definitely want it. If you wanted to hand over the Great Imitation Technique, you have to promise to let me go and not kill me. You have to swear on your life origin. Yang Kai said. He had mentioned the Great Imitation Technique because he wanted to use it to exchange for his life. Otherwise, Lu Ming and the others would definitely not let him go. To Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Ming nodded decisively. Okay, but if you dare to lie to me, or if there are any mistakes in the Great Imitation Technique that you hand over, I will still kill you. You have to know that I have mastered a large number of ancient secret techniques. I can tell whether it's real or fake at a glance. After saying that, Lu Ming waved his hand. A large number of secret techniques appeared in the sky, emitting various shapes and colors. There were thousands of them. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that there would be someone in this world who could master so many ancient secret techniques. He had originally thought of tampering with the Great Imitation Technique when he handed it over. Now he had completely dispelled this idea. Lu Ming had mastered so many ancient secret techniques. He was simply an expert among experts in ancient secret techniques. If he dared to tamper with the Great Imitation Technique, he would be showing off his slight skill before an expert. He would be courting death. After warning Yang Kai, Lu Ming swore on his life origin that as long as Yang Kai handed over the Great Imitation Technique, he would not kill him. Lu Ming nodded. Autumn Moon and Bubbles naturally would not refuse. They immediately swore on their life origin. Chapter 4381. After seeing Lu Ming and the others swear, Xianxia finally felt relieved. Then, he silently recited the cultivation method of the great imitation skill. Lu Ming and the others silently memorized the cultivation method of the great imitation skill. At the same time, Lu Ming also analyzed word by word to see if Xianxia had tampered with the cultivation method. In the end, Lu Ming confirmed that this was the real great imitation skill, and there were no abnormalities. Lu Ming had mastered close to 1,800 types of ancient mystic skills. His understanding of ancient mystic skills had already reached an astonishing level. Moreover, he had the ancient divine stone in his hands. Whether an ancient secret skill was real or fake, or whether there were flaws, he could tell at a glance. The great imitation skill is in my hands. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Autumn Moon and Bubbles were also overjoyed. Although the great imitation skill did not have much offensive power, it was extremely useful. It was more useful than many secret skills with powerful offensive power. For example, just now, if Xianxia had not revealed a flaw in his words, Lu Ming would never have thought that Xianxia would attack him. Therefore, he would not have been able to avoid the other party's sneak attack. In that case, even if Lu Ming did not die, he would be severely injured. This was Lu Ming. If it were anyone else, the outcome would be obvious. No assassination technique could compare to the great imitation skill. I've already told you the cultivation method of the great imitation skill. Can I leave now? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and the others and said, "Oh." Lu Ming responded softly and suddenly made a move. He slapped Xianxia's dantian, and a violent force rushed directly into Xianxia's dantian, smashing it into pieces. His cultivation had been crippled. Xianxia's pupils instantly popped out as he stared at Lu Ming. His eyes were full of unwillingness, resentment, and confusion. "Lu Ming, you've already sworn on life, Origin. How dare you kill me? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by life, Origin?" Xianxia roared. "I'm afraid. Of course, I'm afraid. However, I didn't say that I was going to kill you. I'm just going to cripple your cultivation and control you. Who said that I was going to kill you?" Lu Ming said coldly and nodded at Bubbles. Bubble took the hint and waved her small hands at a strange frequency. The power of space-time burst out and enveloped Xianxia in layers. Xianxia's body began to twist, and his body strangely became thin. Bubbles wanted to use the space-time power to seal Xianxia. "Ah, Lu Ming, you didn't keep your word. You will die a horrible death," Xianxia shouted crazily. However, Lu Ming did not move. He could not just let him leave. Lenses, heavens, SSSSSS, the great imitation skill. Lenses, lens yangs. The main reason was that Xianxia had mastered the great imitation skill. This ancient secret technique was too terrifying. Letting him leave would be very dangerous. If Xianxia taught the great imitation skill to others, it would be even more dangerous. It would be a ticking time bomb. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to control him. If possible, Lu Ming really wanted to kill Xianxia and end this once and for all. However, Lu Ming had indeed sworn on life Origin that he would not kill Xianxia. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he did not have the ability to resist the devouring of life Origin. Only Origin realm experts who had mastered life Origin could be fearless of the devouring of life Origin. Therefore, Lu Ming did not kill Xianxia. He only crippled his cultivation. This was not a violation of the oath. Soon, Xianxia was turned into a thin piece of paper under the effect of the space-time power. Then, he was sucked into a disk array and sealed inside. "Done." Bubbles put away the formation disk and said with a smile. This was just a small interlude. It did not affect Lu Ming's plan. After that, the three of them continued to hunt the 5 elemental soul beasts. A few days later, the 5 elemental soul energy in their bracelets was finally gathered. The three of them wanted to go to the 4th immortal mountain. In front of the suspension bridge between the 2 immortal mountains, the 5 elemental soul energy turned into a wisp of 5 elemental immortal energy. Lu Ming still used it to cultivate ordinary secret techniques. Another 5,000 secret techniques had reached greater mastery. Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased a little. Of course, it was impossible for his battle prowess to reach 14 stars. The difference was too great. Now, Lu Ming still had more than 5,000 ordinary secret techniques that he had yet to reach greater mastery. On the other side, Autumn Moon had finally broken through. In her chest, the sacred heart of 9 orifices was beating violently. A terrifying aura burst out of the 9th aperture. Finally, a bright light rushed out of the 9th aperture of the sacred heart of 9 orifices, causing the entire sacred heart of 9 orifices to shine. Finally, Autumn Moon had opened all 9 apertures of the sacred heart of 9 orifices, and her battle prowess had skyrocketed. Lu Ming estimated that Autumn Moon's current battle prowess should have reached 11 stars. When the sacred heart of 9 orifices was fully opened and reached greater mastery, the increase in battle prowess would be very shocking. It would not be difficult to increase her battle prowess from 10 stars to 11 stars. Bubbles had also gained a lot. However, Lu Ming could not estimate how much her battle prowess had increased. The power of time and space was mysterious and difficult to estimate. This 5 elements Immortal Mountain was really a great opportunity. Not to mention anything else, just the increase in their battle prowess was already a great gain. After the 5 elements Immortal Energy was used up, the 3 of them continued to move forward and arrived at the 4th Immortal Mountain. The 4th Immortal Mountain had more 5 elemental soul beasts than the 3rd. Of course, they were stronger and more dangerous. From time to time, terrifying 5 elemental soul beasts would appear. There was even one time when the 3 of them encountered a group of 11-star 5 elemental soul beasts. Remember, it was not just one soul beast, but a group. Even if the 3 of them became stronger, they were still no match for a group of 11-star 5 elemental soul beasts whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Emperor God realm. They could only run away. Just like that, the 3 of them spent some time and successfully collected the soul energy of the soul beasts, obtaining a wisp of 5 elemental immortal energy. This time, Lu Ming finally cultivated the remaining 5,000 or so ordinary secret techniques to greater mastery. Autumn Moon used this wisp of 5 elemental immortal energy to continue developing the sacred heart of 9 orifices. The potential of the sacred heart of 9 orifices was fully developed. As for Bubbles, she naturally continued to improve her power of time and space. Then, they entered the 5th Immortal Mountain. The 5th Immortal Mountain was full of soul beasts and was even more dangerous. However, with their strength and their respective life-saving methods, it was not difficult to hunt soul beasts. This time, it did not take them 10 days to collect all the soul energy of the 5 elemental soul beasts. Brother Lu Ming, this time, I plan to use the 5 elemental immortal energy to cultivate the great imitation art. What about you? Bubbles asked Lu Ming. Good idea. I plan to do the same. Lu Ming nodded. The great imitation art was very useful and ranked in the top 3 among all the ancient secret techniques. The difficulty of cultivating it was absolutely shocking. Chapter 4382. With Lu Ming's understanding of ancient secret techniques, the difficulty of cultivating the great imitation technique was absolutely astonishing. If they cultivated it step by step outside, who knew how much time it would take? If they could use a wisp of 5 elements immortal energy to cultivate it to greater mastery, it would be completely worth it. In the end, the 3 of them unanimously decided to use this wisp of 5 elements immortal energy to cultivate the great imitation technique. The effect of 5 elements immortal energy was indeed very astonishing. The 3 of them used the 5 elements immortal energy and quickly mastered the great imitation technique, cultivating it to the beginner level. Then it was lesser mastery. Then it was greater mastery. Yes, after using a wisp of 5 elements immortal energy, they directly cultivated the great imitation technique to greater mastery. However, after cultivating the great imitation technique to greater mastery, A wisp of 5 elements immortal energy was already used up. However, the 3 of them were already very satisfied. The 3 of them were just about to try the mystery of the great imitation technique, when suddenly, a force acted on their bodies. Under this force, their bodies directly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they appeared in a new place. Is this a valley? Lu Ming looked around. He found that they were in a valley with high cliffs on both sides. The valley was very wide, at least tens of thousands of miles wide. In front of them, there was a golden wall of light blocking their path. And behind them, it was chaos and there was no path. Under the golden wall of light in front of them, there were many people standing. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and saw at least 20 people. Among the 20 people, most of them were from the heavenly human race. In addition, there were a few powerhouses from the top 10 races. Their existences on a universe prodigy list. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were a few youths among them. Lu Ming had seen portraits of them in the illusory divine jade before. They were existences on a universe prodigy list, and they were all ranked in the top 20. They were definitely not comparable to Gabbert. Those who could reach here were definitely not weak. The arrival of Lu Ming and the other 2 was also noticed by the others. Then, their gazes revealed a bright glow. Obviously, they recognized Lu Ming. Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. The people of the heavenly human tribe cried out in alarm. The greed in their eyes was extremely intense. Even those on the universe genius list looked greedy. Kill. A few of them reacted quickly and directly attacked. They turned into several streaks of rainbow light and attacked Lu Ming. Just as Autumn Moon and Bubbles were about to attack, Lu Ming stopped them. There's no need for you to deal with these clowns. I'll deal with them. Lu Ming spoke. Before he could finish his words, he had already charged out. Boom! Boom! Forbidden power erupted, and the battle's secret arts, 7-fold combat power, was activated. The dazzling fist energy carried a destructive power as it blasted out and collided with the attacks of the experts. After a series of explosions, the attacks of those experts collapsed. Their bodies trembled violently as they retreated. There were even some who spat out large mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale, suffering serious injuries. You, how could you possibly have such strength? These people all cried out in surprise, finding it hard to believe. There was no doubt that those who could reach this place were all at the 9th level of the great supreme god realm. That was the foundation, and their combat power was extremely strong. There were 4 people who had attacked just now. 2 of them had 8-star combat power, and the other 2 had 9-star combat power. The 4 of them had joined forces, but they had been instantly defeated by Lu Ming. 2 of them had even been injured, and Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the great supreme god realm. What kind of combat power was that? It was simply unbelievable. However, Lu Ming's display of combat power didn't stop these people from wanting to kill Lu Ming. They were just shocked for a moment, then they all attacked. More than 20 people at the scene, almost all attacked. Except for one person who didn't attack. More than 20 figures charged towards Lu Ming together, bringing with them terrifying energy waves. These people had at least 8-star combat power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. In addition, many of them had 9-star combat power. There were even 3 geniuses of the heavenly human tribe who had 10-star combat power. Facing so many experts, it was difficult for Lu Ming to face them head-on. However, Lu Ming wouldn't face them head-on. He used his movement skill. His body seemed to have turned into several spear lights, flashing in the air. After a few flashes, he dodged these people's attacks. Lu Ming now had a 13-star combat power, which was equivalent to his opponent's 10-star combat power. In a one-on-one battle, he wasn't afraid of any of them. However, there were so many of them. He couldn't fight them head-on, but if he focused on dodging, they wouldn't be able to kill him. After the first wave of attacks, the second wave of attacks was launched. Lu Ming continued to use his movement skill. Spear lights flashed in the air, dodging these people's attacks one by one. Damn it, don't dodge if you dare. Fight me. If we fight head-on, I'll kill you in one move. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe shouted. You have so many people, and you still have the cheek to say that. If you're so capable, fight me one-on-one. Lu Ming sneered. Okay, one-on-one. Get out of the way. Let me deal with him. A heavenly human tribe genius shouted. This heavenly human tribe genius had a 10-star combat power and was one of the top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. He was only weaker than son of heaven or daughter of heaven. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming alone. However, the others weren't willing to do so. I can deal with him too. Get out of the way. It was another heavenly human tribe genius who also had a 10-star combat power. Among the top geniuses, the confident ones didn't want to get out of the way. The others also didn't want to get out of the way. They wanted to fish in troubled waters. Maybe they could kill Lu Ming in the chaos. That would be a great contribution. On the heavenly human tribe side, there were a few geniuses on the universe prodigy list. They all wanted to kill Lu Ming, so their attacks were chaotic and couldn't form an effective encirclement attack. This way, Lu Ming could dodge more easily. All of you back off. Leave it to me. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The voice was full of arrogance. The moment they heard this voice, all the prideful geniuses felt their hearts skip a beat. They couldn't help but stop in their tracks as they turned around to look. There was a heavenly human tribe youth standing there quietly. He was the only one who hadn't made a move. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe as they looked at this person. Do you want me to say it again? All of you, get out of the way. I'll deal with him. The heavenly human tribe youth spoke again. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. The others' hearts skipped a beat. They didn't dare to disobey and step back. Does Son of Heaven want to deal with him personally? One of the heavenly human tribe geniuses asked with a hint of respect in his voice. That's right. This heavenly human tribe genius who hadn't made a move yet was one of the 9 sons of heaven and daughter of heaven of the 4 heavenly palace. His name was Xianxia. Chapter 4383. This time, there were a total of 4 heavenly palaces. These 4 heavenly palaces only had a total of 9 sons of heaven or daughters of heaven. Sons of heaven or daughters of heaven represented the peak of the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe. Not only were they talented and powerful, but they also represented their status. The status of sons of heaven or daughters of heaven was very high in the heavenly human tribe. They were almost comparable to the Lord of Heaven. Therefore, countless people racked their brains to become sons of heaven or daughters of heaven. That status and the resources they controlled were too terrifying. Xianxia approached Lu Ming step by step. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming also stopped and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with strong combat power. Son of Heaven was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of the primitive universe. Lu Ming wanted to know how powerful a Son of Heaven's combat ability was. Young master, I feel that this person is very strong. I'm afraid you're no match for him. Autumn Moon came to Lu Ming's side and quietly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Does he have a combat power of 11 stars? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon. I think so. I feel a strong pressure. Autumn Moon nodded in response. Lu Ming knew that Autumn Moon should feel the same. Autumn Moon's 9 apertures sacred heart had been fully opened, and her combat power had reached 11 stars. To be able to make Autumn Moon feel pressured, the other party's combat power was definitely not weak. I'll try one move. If the other party only has 11 stars of combat power and can't kill me in one move, you guys can attack from behind. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon and Bubbles. All right, Autumn Moon and Bubbles nodded and agreed. Come on, let me see how strong a heavenly palace's Son of Heaven is. Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and his fighting spirit was getting stronger. The forbidden power in his body was activated to the extreme, and the battle formula was also activated to the extreme. There were tens of thousands of cells all over his body. They were radiant and dazzling like stars. These are the cells that have been fused with the secret technique runes. The power of the secret technique fused with the forbidden power and Lu Ming was shrouded in a layer of multicolored light. At the same time, every pore on his body was constantly emitting tiny spear lights. In the end, his entire body was about to transform into a spear light. Showing off in front of an expert, Tian Fa kill. Yi Chu Qianyue coldly shouted and took a step forward. His body turned into a phantom as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Then, he pressed down his palm towards Lu Ming. Streaks of pure white lightning shot out from his palm. This was the power of heavenly punishment. However, Yi Chu Qianyue's control over the heavenly punishment power had clearly reached an extremely profound level. The power of heavenly retribution intertwined in his hand, turning into a spear completely made of heavenly retribution power, thrusting towards Lu Ming. So what if it's heavenly punishment? Watch how I break the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long roar and displayed the heaven-breaking style. His entire body turned into a shocking spear light, thrusting towards Yi Chu Qianyue. The two dazzling spear lights met in the air, and the spear tips pierced each other. In an instant, it was as if a star had exploded. Where the spear tips met, there was a burst of dazzling light. Countless fine spear lights shot out in all directions. The faces of the experts from the heavenly palace changed. They retreated one after another, setting up layers of defense in front of them to block these fine spear lights. Bubbles waved her hand, and the space-time power burst out. The space in front of her, an autumn moon, was constantly distorted, isolating these spear lights. Buzz! In the second breath of the two's confrontation, Lu Ming's spear light shook violently. Then with a bang it collapsed. The spear light collapsed, revealing Lu Ming's body. He retreated rapidly until he reached the side of Autumn Moon and the others. Dozens of fine wounds appeared on his body, and blood kept flowing out. These wounds were caused by the opponent's spear light. It's really powerful, Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. The opponent's combat strength had definitely reached the 11-star level, and it was not an ordinary 11-star level. It was very powerful. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was completely crushed. He was injured in one move. He didn't die. Yi Chu Qianyue frowned. He was also very shocked. With his strength, he couldn't kill a person who was one level lower than him. He had only encountered such a situation once. That was when he faced that abnormal person, and now it was the second time. Yi Chu Qianyue's eyes burst out with astonishing killing intent. With your strength, you still want to break the heavens. You are simply delusional. You are destined to be one of the stepping stones of my heavenly human tribe. Today I will kill you. Yi Chu Qianyue shouted coldly. His body was shrouded in the power of heaven. On his palm, the power of heaven's punishment madly condensed. Countless streams of the power of heaven's punishment were compressed together, condensing and compressing. Finally, it turned into a dazzling battle sword. Whoosh! The battle sword broke through the air and once again slashed toward Lu Ming. Its speed was fast, and its power was even more terrifying. Even the incomparably stable space rippled. The incomparably sharp sword chi went straight to Lu Ming's glabella. Before the sword light arrived, Lu Ming felt that there were very small lightning bolts swimming on the surface of his skin. It stimulated his skin and caused a burst of pain. Let me do it. At this time, Bubbles' voice sounded. Her small hand pressed forward. The power of time and space erupted. The void was like ripples of water. It also looked like pieces of mirrors stacked together and pressed toward Yi Chu Qianyue. These mirror-like spaces seemed to be sealing Yi Chu Qianyue. The power of time and space. What a space-time spirit mouse. How dare you attack me? Then, I will kill you together with it. Yi Chu Qianyue shouted. The sword light slashed violently and slashed on the power of time and space. The power of time and space was forcefully split apart like a stream of water. Stop! Bubbles shouted. Her glabella shone, and two origin ancient words flew out. The power of time and space sword. The surrounding void was distorted and pressed toward Yi Chu Qianyue. The space-time power was crushing down on Yi Chu Qianyue from all directions. It was trying to crush him to death. As soon as the two origin ancient words appeared, Bubble's strength was raised to the extreme. She broke through a limit, and her strength reached another level. 11 stars of battle strength. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Sure enough, after passing through the 5 immortal mountains and obtaining the 5 elements of mortal energy, Bubble's combat strength had also broken through. From 10 stars to 11 stars, the power of time and space became stronger. Such a powerful power of time and space made Yi Chu Qianyue feel great pressure. Power of heaven's punishment, explode. Yi Chu Qianyue shouted. The battle sword in his hand vibrated violently. The sword hummed and flew out and suddenly exploded. This battle sword was completely condensed by the power of heaven's punishment. At this time, when it exploded, thousands of lightning bolts burst out and rushed in all directions. The sky was filled with white lightning. There were too many and too much power. The power of time and space was violently distorted and then constantly exploded. Then Bubble's body retreated violently. Chapter 4384. Bubbles was no match for him. She retreated and her face turned pale. Evidently, there were differences in strength between those with 11 stars of battle prowess. Although Yi Qianyue and Bubble both possessed 11 stars of battle prowess, Bubble had just reached 11 stars of battle prowess. Clearly, he was not a match for Yi Qianyue. This is the first time I've seen a mere space-time spirit mouse with such battle strength. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and work for me in the future, and I'll spare your life. Yi Qianyue said, staring at Bubbles with bright eyes. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Bubbles' talent. Space-time spirit mice could control time and space. They were a top race in the universe, and the strong ones could open wormholes. However, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful space-time spirit mouse. He had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. If he could take her in, she would definitely be a great help. Now, there were a total of 9 sons and daughters of heaven in the 4 heavenly palace. Not to mention the 4 heavenly palace, there were 2 sons of heaven in the heavenly palace where he was. They were each other's biggest competitors. In addition, there were some latecomers who were also eyeing covetously. He needed more and stronger forces to support him. With Bubbles' talent, her achievements would be amazing in the future. He was really tempted to have her as his right-hand woman. Submit to you? Wake up, it's daytime now. Bubbles curled her lips, obviously mocking Yi Qianyue for daydreaming. By the side, Lu Ming was very cooperative and laughed out loud. Yi Qianyue's face was gloomy. You better think it through. If you follow me, you will have power and resources. You can get anything you want in this universe. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Now, I want the head of the Lord of Heaven. Can you give it to me? Bubbles continued to curl her lips. You're digging your own grave. Yi Qianyue was completely furious. His eyes were extremely cold. He clenched his right hand, and the power of heavenly punishment erupted. Countless lightning began to condense into a battle sword. At the same time, his left hand also underwent a great change. A layer of dusky power was emitted from it. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. His heart was beating wildly. This was the power of heavenly annihilation. Yi Chu Qianyue had actually managed to control 2 types of supreme heavenly powers. One was the power of heavenly punishment, the other was the power of heavenly extermination. Although the heavenly annihilation force did not seem to be as powerful as the heavenly punishment force, it was absolutely terrifying for a single person to control 2 types of heavenly powers. Lu Ming had only seen 2 types of celestial powers in the heavenly palace. Kill! Yi Chu Qianyue shouted. His body shot toward the bubble like an arrow. He waved both of his palms. 2 types of supreme heavenly power intertwined and blasted towards the bubble. It was even more powerful than before. Lu Ming's expression changed, and his aura burst out, wanting to lend Bubble a hand. At the same time, Bubble also unleashed her full strength. She activated her space-time power to the extreme. Boundless space-time power formed a space-time cage that pressed down on Yi Chu Qianhua. Under Yi Chu Qianhua's attacks, the space-time power continued to crumble. Whoosh! Lu Ming transformed into a long spear and stabbed towards Yi Chu Qianhua. Get lost! Yi Chu Qianhua blasted out a palm and hit Lu Ming, sending Lu Ming flying. Lu Ming felt his qi and blood surging. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, at this time, Autumn Moon also attacked. A 9-colored machete slashed towards Yi Chu Qianhua. The machete qi whistled with terrifying power. Yi Chu Qianhua's expression changed because he felt a fatal threat. At the critical moment, he blasted out his right palm and collided with the 9-colored machete. With a loud bang, a violent roar, the energy swept out in all directions. Yi Chu Qianhua's attack was finally blocked, and he was forced to retreat several steps. Autumn Moon and Bubble also retreated and then stood side by side. You have also reached 11-star battle strength. Yi Chu Qianhua looked at Autumn Moon with great shock. He was really shocked. When did 11-star battle prowess become so commonplace? Why were there so many of them popping up one after another? Most of the sons of heaven and daughters of heaven only had 11-star battle strength. The 4 great celestial palaces added together only had 9 sons of heaven or daughters of heaven. How rare was that? But now, 2 of them had appeared in a row. How could he not be shocked? Not only Yi Chu Qianhua, but the other heavenly humans and the geniuses on the universe genius list were also shocked. In their eyes, the nearly invincible son of heaven had actually been blocked by someone. Heaven's punishment, heaven's extermination, heaven's execution. Yi Chu Qianhua roared. 2 types of heaven's powers surrounded his body. He raised his aura to the peak and continued to attack Bubble and the others. Young master, don't attack first. Leave it to us. Autumn Moon said. Her body was enveloped by 9-colored light. She controlled the 9-color machete and attacked Yi Chu Qianhua. Bubble assisted her with the space-time force. Lu Ming was quite depressed. However, his strength was still a little weak. There was a big gap between him and Yi Chu Qianhua. Even if he attacked, the effect was very limited. Now he could only rely on Autumn Moon and Bubble. Boom! Boom! The 2 sides collided again. The scene was constantly exploding. After more than 10 moves, there was no winner. This guy's battle strength has reached the limit of 11 stars. Lu Ming thought. His face was a little solemn. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe could control multiple types of heaven's powers, which greatly increased their battle strength. Yi Chu Qianhua was so powerful just by controlling 2 types of heaven's powers. Then, among the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe, was there anyone who could control 3 or even 4 types of heaven's powers? If there was, then it would be terrifying. Lu Ming felt that he had underestimated the heavenly human tribe before. Maybe there was someone who could compete with him in the heavenly human tribe. No, not maybe, it was very likely. After all, there was more than one taboo power in history, but in the end, it did not overthrow the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace was still the ruler of the primitive universe. This was very clear. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides continued to exchange more than 20 moves. In the blink of an eye, there was still no winner. Yi Chu Qianhua's face became more and more gloomy and anxious, because he found that he could not do anything to Autumn Moon and Bubble, let alone kill Lu Ming. All of you, attack together. Yi Chu Qianhua shouted to the others. Attack! Kill! The others had been waiting for this moment. Previously, Yi Chu Qianhua asked them not to attack, so they had some scruples. Now that Yi Chu Qianhua asked them to attack, how could they not attack? Immediately, they attacked. Of course, their target was Lu Ming. More than a dozen attacks were aimed at Lu Ming, and a few attacks were aimed at Autumn Moon and Bubble. Trying to win with numbers? It's not realistic for me. Bubble shouted softly. The area covered by the power of time and space rapidly expanded, enveloping the people on the heavenly palace's side. Chapter 4385. The space-time power spread out and enveloped everyone in the Heavenly Palace. These people were suppressed by the space-time power, and their speed slowed down. Their strength was also suppressed, and their strength was greatly reduced. Autumn Moon and Bubbles easily dodged and did not affect them much. Swoosh! Lu Ming also moved. His body was like a phantom as he pounced toward the people in the Heavenly Palace. In the space-time power, Lu Ming's speed was not affected at all. Instead, it became faster. After a few flashes, he dodged the attacks one by one. Then, he rushed toward an 8-star heavenly human prodigy and stabbed his spear at him. That person was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, the space-time power around him kept pressing toward him. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire and his speed was greatly affected. For a moment, he could not dodge at all. He could only take a head-on. He roared and unleashed his strongest heavenly power. It turned into a battle axe and slashed at Lu Ming. With a loud bang, the two attacks collided. In the instant of the collision, the battle axe formed by the heavenly human tribe's prodigy shattered. The spear light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, piercing straight through the heavenly human tribe's forehead. The heavenly human prodigy's head exploded like a watermelon, and he died. Lu Ming rushed past, and the heavenly human prodigy's storage ring fell into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to kill the next heavenly human prodigy. This prodigy had a 9-star battle strength. When he saw Lu Ming charging toward him, he was shocked and quickly retreated. However, in the space-time power, his speed was no match for Lu Ming's. He was caught up and suffered Lu Ming's terrifying attacks. Although he had a 9-star battle strength and was very powerful, it was a pity that he met Lu Ming. Lu Ming now had a 13-star battle strength. Even if this heavenly human prodigy was at his peak, he would not be a match for Lu Ming. Now that he was suppressed by the space-time power, the gap between him and Lu Ming was even greater. Poof! Blood splattered in all directions as blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Insta-kill. It was still an insta-kill. That young genius of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, who had the strength of a 9-star cultivator, had been killed by Lu Ming in an instant. His ring had also fallen into Lu Ming's hands. "You're courting death," Yi Chu Qianwei roared. The murderous intent in his eyes almost materialized. Hundreds of pure white lightning bolts flickered continuously on his right palm, producing crackling sounds. Among them, dozens of pure white lightning bolts struck towards Lu Ming. As they neared Lu Ming, the lightning bolts grew larger and larger. Each bolt was thicker than a person's waist and filled with a terrifying aura. Lu Ming originally wanted to kill the next person, but in the face of these dozens of lightning bolts, he had no choice but to focus on dealing with them. Lu Ming used his movement technique and kept dodging. At the same time, he used his spear to block. After all, this was only a part of Yi Chu Qianwei's strength. It was not his full strength. Lu Ming could still block it. He thrust out his spear and destroyed the lightning formed by the power of the heavenly punishment. "Everyone back off!" Yi Chu Qianwei roared. The lightning bolts mixed with the power of the heavenly punishment kept striking towards Xiao Yu and Bubbles. At the same time, a part of them struck towards Lu Ming. The purpose of such a large-scale attack was to buy time for the other people of the Heavenly Palace to retreat. He was not being kind and wanted to save the other people of the Heavenly Palace. But if these people of the Heavenly Palace died, he would also be implicated. After all, he was the leader here. He was the only son of heaven. In other words, these people were under his leadership. If they were to besiege and kill Lu Ming and the rest under his leadership and suffer heavy losses, it would be a huge blow to his reputation and reputation. His competitors would definitely use this to attack him. It would be very unfavorable for him. Therefore, after Lu Ming had killed 2 young geniuses of the heavenly human tribe, he could only use his full strength to cover the retreat of the others. Under the cover of Yi Chu Qianwei, the other people of the Heavenly Palace quickly retreated and gathered together. Yi Chu Qianwei also stopped attacking Xiao Yu and Bubbles. He also quickly retreated and gathered with the others. In this way, it would be difficult for Lu Ming and the others to attack. Yi Chu Qianyue and the others kept retreating and finally got out of the range of the power of time and space. They stared at Lu Ming and the other two with extremely strong killing intent, but they did not dare to act rashly. Mu Yun, no, I should call you Lu Ming. Yi Chu Qianyue stared at Lu Ming and said. The 9 sons and daughters of heaven of the heavenly palace knew Lu Ming's real body movement. They knew that Mu Yun was Lu Ming and Lu Ming was Mu Yun. They were the same person. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not deny it. However, some people of the heavenly palace widened their eyes in shock. What? Mu Yun is Lu Ming? Are they the same person? How is this possible? How does life, origin, aura change? Some people exclaimed and found it hard to believe. However, these words were said by Yi Chu Qianyue. Looking at Lu Ming's expression, it was obvious that he had admitted it. They had no choice but to believe it. This was really a piece of shocking news. Lu Ming, you can only hide behind 2 women and struggle at death's door. Without those 2 women, I can kill you with one hand. Yi Chu Qianyue sneered, and his voice was full of sarcasm. You're just a little older than me, and your cultivation is a little higher than mine. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me at the same level? Lu Ming said sarcastically. Cultivation is also a kind of capital. A high cultivation is also a kind of talent. Are you going to ask a divine master to deliberately suppress his cultivation to compete with a divine king or a divine master? Isn't that ridiculous? Some people are just so talented. No matter how much time you give them, it will be difficult for them to improve their cultivation. Do I have to suppress my cultivation to fight with someone weaker than me every time I meet him? What's the point of cultivating for all the living beings in the world? Yi Chu Qianyue sneered and continued to mock him. This time, Lu Ming did not say anything. He really had nothing to say. He could only use practical actions to trample on the other party's face in the future. That was the best counterattack. You talk so much nonsense. Are all the heavenly human tribe like this? Do you only rely on your mouth when you're not strong enough? Seeing Lu Ming being scolded, Xiaoyu stopped talking and responded. Yi Chu Qianyue glanced at Xiaoyu with a gloomy face and secretly swore to himself that he would make Xiaoyu pay the price in the future. Your Excellency, what should we do next? Behind Yi Chu Qianyue, a heavenly human tribe genius asked in a low voice. Continue to comprehend those primitive, ancient characters. We'll find a chance to deal with Lu Ming later, Yi Chu Qianyue said. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the golden light wall in front of the valley. At this time, Lu Ming and the other 2 finally had time to look at the golden light wall. At first glance, the 3 of them were shocked. They saw that there were words on the golden light wall. However, the 3 of them did not recognize any of these words. These words looked very ancient and very strange. They looked like paintings, but also like words. For example, there was a word that looked like a flame. However, the 3 of them could tell that it was not a painting, but a word. Chapter 4386. Are they hieroglyphs? Zhou Autumn Moon whispered. What are hieroglyphs? Lu Ming asked. Master once said that hieroglyphs are words from the last era. They were popular in the Eldritch continent back then. They looked like patterns and words, so they were called hieroglyphs. They're the oldest words. Some people call them the Eldritch ancient words, Zhou Autumn Moon explained in a low voice. I see. Hieroglyphs are quite appropriate. Lu Ming nodded. The 3 of them stepped forward and came to the golden wall. The golden wall was huge, and it separated the valley completely. It was tens of thousands of miles wide. They were far away from the heavenly human tribe. The 3 of them looked at the golden wall carefully. The hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light emitted a strange light. The strange thing was that they were constantly moving on the wall of light. Sometimes they would move far away, and sometimes they would move back. It was as if they were flowing in a small river. What a strange feeling. Lu Ming whispered and stared at the hieroglyphs. The hieroglyphs gave people a feeling that they were extremely ancient and contained endless mystery. It was as if every hieroglyph contained endless mysteries. However, the profundity of this technique was difficult to comprehend, and the things that it contained were completely different from the current cultivation system. These hieroglyphs are very strange. Do they contain the cultivation methods or secret arts of the last era? Joe Automoon guessed. According to the information left by Dandin, only by comprehending some of the mysteries of the words on the wall can we pass through this golden wall and enter the real core of the 5 elements immortal mountain to obtain the 5 elements immortal tier. At this moment, Bubbles said, "It seems that these words are indeed extraordinary. Let's begin," Lu Ming said. The 3 of them each chose a place to sit down and then stared at the hieroglyphs on the golden wall seriously. The golden wall seemed to be magnified in Lu Ming's eyes. Words after words flowed in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming entered a state of ethereal state and tried his best to decipher the hieroglyphs, hoping to comprehend some mysteries. Of course, he also paid attention to the surroundings. If there was any danger, he would be able to react in time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. However, Lu Ming did not comprehend anything. Even though he didn't comprehend anything, he was still able to make some headway. These hieroglyphs don't seem to contain a cultivation method, but an existence similar to a secret technique, Lu Ming pondered. However, the cultivation method of the previous epoch was different from the current one. Although these hieroglyphs contained something similar to a secret technique, they were actually not a secret technique. They were very profound, and Lu Ming still could not figure them out. Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. Those hieroglyphs were definitely not that easy to comprehend. Yi Chu Qianyue and the others had likely been here for several years. Yet, they were still trapped outside, unable to pass through the golden wall of light. Yi Chu Qianyue, to be able to become the son of heaven, his talent must be extremely high. His perception must also be top-notch. Even after spending so much time, he still couldn't comprehend it. It was clear that these hieroglyphs were definitely not that simple. At the same time, Lu Ming and the other 2 felt a sense of urgency. They wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible, pass through the golden wall, and obtain the 5 elements immortal tier. If the people of the heavenly human tribe were 1 step ahead of them, it would be troublesome. After all, they were a few years late. Let's try the primordial god stone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The primordial god stone was incomparably profound. Legend had it that it was a treasure from the previous epoch. The Lord of the primordial divine court relied on the primordial god stone to comprehend the 3,000 primordial secret techniques. Lu Ming relied on the primordial god stone and other primordial secret techniques as a foundation to successfully comprehend the heaven-breaking form. Could the primordial god stone help him comprehend these hieroglyphs? It was also an item from the previous epoch. It should be helpful, right? Lu Ming was not very sure, but he could only give it a try. Lu Ming's mind sank into the primordial god stone and merged with it. Buzz! In his sea of consciousness, strange patterns suddenly appeared on the primordial god stone. Looking at these patterns, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These patterns looked somewhat similar to the hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light. This had never appeared before. In the past, when Lu Ming comprehended the primordial secret techniques or the heaven-breaking form, some patterns also appeared on the primordial god stone. But those patterns were completely different from the ones now. Let's see the effect. Lu Ming suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and continued to look at the hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light. This time, there was an obvious change. The hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light seemed to have something more magical in his eyes. It was a wonderful feeling. That was, the hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light were not so obscure and difficult to understand. Lu Ming had a strange understanding in his heart. The primordial godstone is really useful. It can help me comprehend. This is great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Originally, the people of the heavenly human race had entered a few years earlier than them and comprehended a few more years. This made him very uncertain. He was afraid that they would suddenly succeed, pass through the golden wall of light, and take the 5 elements fairy tier first. Now he finally had some confidence. Immediately, Lu Ming focused his mind and comprehended with all his might. These hieroglyphs slowly seemed to come alive in Lu Ming's eyes. They seemed to have turned into flames, mountains, and even different creatures, displaying their own mysteries. It's really a kind of secret technique. It's used to attack or assist, Lu Ming whispered. He understood more and more in his heart, and his understanding of these hieroglyphs also became deeper and deeper. However, after all, it was Lu Ming's first time coming into contact with this kind of hieroglyphs and the secret technique of the last era. It was still very difficult to comprehend it successfully. Even with the help of the primordial godstone, it was not that easy. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The people of the heavenly human race still had not comprehended it. At this time, Lu Ming's understanding of the hieroglyphs had improved a lot. Sometimes his hands would involuntarily dance. His fingertips would pass through the air, drawing mysterious patterns in the air. Young Master is indeed the young Master. He's always so powerful. On the side, Autumn Moon's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her face was full of admiration. Brother Lu Ming is so powerful. Dandan is right. Only Brother Lu Ming can save him. Bubbles' face was also full of smiles. The two of them only felt that their heads were swollen after comprehending it for a year. They only felt that their heads were swollen, and they did not understand anything at all. However, Lu Ming had obviously taken a big step forward, and they were convinced. Let's continue to comprehend it. It's not that we don't trust the young master, but we have to be careful, Autumn Moon said to Bubbles. Okay. Bubbles nodded and continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Chapter 4387. Another 2 years passed. In these 2 years, Lu Ming's comprehension of the pictographic characters was increasing every day. In these 2 years, Lu Ming had made great progress. Although he hadn't fully comprehended it, he was already starting to understand it. Under the golden wall of light, Lu Ming's figure flashed and his hands danced in a mysterious trajectory. Between his hands, there were either mountains, flames, or divine weapons that slashed down, unpredictable and immensely powerful. This seemed to be a kind of seal technique. Although it looked similar to the current secret technique, the way it was operated was completely different. When the seal technique was operated, there seemed to be a mysterious qi gathering between heaven and earth, which could burst out a terrifying power. At this time, Lu Ming had a kind of enlightenment. He felt that he could use this seal technique to pass through the golden light wall. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, wait for me here. I'll give it a try. Lu Ming said. Come on, Brother Lu Ming. You can definitely do it. Bubbles waved her small fist and cheered for Lu Ming. Autumn Moon also smiled. She didn't need to say anything. She definitely believed in Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared under the golden light wall. Then his hands danced and operated the seal technique that he had comprehended from the pictographic characters. His hands seemed to have turned into flames and blasted out. Wong. When the flames blasted on the golden light wall shook violently. Circles of ripples spread out in all directions. It works. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that his guess was right. There was no need to fully comprehend those pictographic characters. As long as he comprehended a part of them, he could pass through the golden light wall. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to use the pictographic character seal technique. His hands danced rapidly and turned into a mountain again, bombarding the golden light wall, causing the golden light wall to shake even more violently. In the distance, about 10,000 li away, Yichu Xianxia and the others were still comprehending the pictographic characters. They all had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, so they weren't in a hurry to concoct the Great Desolate Pellets. They also understood that this pictographic character was definitely a great opportunity. If they could comprehend it, it would be very useful to them in the future. Therefore, even though they had comprehended very little after so many years, they still did not want to leave and continued to comprehend here. Right at this moment, the golden wall of light began to tremble and ripple. What happened? Why did the wall of light suddenly shake? The people of the celestial race cried out. The tremors are coming from over there. That's Lu Ming and the others. Someone shouted. Could it be that Lu Ming and the others have already comprehended the ancient characters and are breaking through the golden light wall? As soon as this voice came out, everyone's faces turned ugly, including Yi Chu Qianyue. Let's go and take a look. Yi Chu Qianyue said in a cold voice. His figure flashed and rushed in the direction of Lu Ming's group. The others followed closely behind Yi Qianyue. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Soon, they saw Lu Ming and the others. They also saw that Lu Ming was attacking the golden light wall. Sure enough, Lu Ming had succeeded. Damn it, Yi Chu Qianyue roared. His face was distorted and became extremely ferocious. He had spent 7 or 8 years to comprehend these pictographic characters, but Lu Ming had succeeded in just a few years and started to attack the golden light wall. Jealousy, extreme jealousy. At this moment, Yi Chu Qianyue felt that he was about to be burned by the fire of jealousy. Kill them. Don't let them pass through the golden light wall. Yi Chu Qianyue roared. His body was filled with cold, killing intent as he rushed madly towards Lu Ming and the others. The others did the same and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Stop them. Don't let them disturb the young master. Autumn Moon shouted. In her chest, the sacred heart of 9 orifices was beating violently. 9 colors of light filled the air and rushed towards Yi Chu Qianyue and the others. Don't you dare disturb Brother Lu Ming. Bubbles also rushed out. The space-time force filled the entire void and shrouded all the heavenly human tribe. Autumn Moon and Bubbles did not want to kill the enemies. They only wanted to stop Yi Chu Qianyue and the others. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. For a moment, Yi Chu Qianyue and the others could not rush over. Lu Ming was not distracted. He wholeheartedly operated the pictographic characters to attack the golden light wall. The golden light wall shook more and more violently. At the center of Lu Ming's attack, a pit slowly appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He seized the time and attacked continuously. With a boom, the light wall was blasted open, forming a hole that only one person could pass through. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, I'm going in, Lu Ming shouted. Young master, don't worry. Leave this to us. Brother Lu Ming, go in quickly. These people can't do anything to us. Autumn Moon and Bubbles quickly responded. Damn it, kill. Yi Chu Qianyue roared wildly and attacked frantically. However, it was useless. He was focused on and was wrapped in layers of space-time force. Then, Autumn Moon attacked him fiercely. He could not rush over in a short time. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed into the hole, disappearing from sight. Although Autumn Moon and Bubbles had to face Yi Chu Qianyue and the others outside, Lu Ming was not worried. With Autumn Moon and Bubbles' strength, they could protect themselves. In fact, Lu Ming was the weakest among the 3 of them. Without him, Autumn Moon and Bubbles would have an easier time. This was also the reason why he could enter the golden light wall without worry. As soon as Lu Ming entered the golden light wall, the hole in the light wall disappeared in an instant. It did not allow a second person to pass through. The golden light wall also returned to its original state. Lu Ming, Yi Chu Qianyue gritted his teeth. His eyes were flickering with cold light. The flame of anger had reached its peak. After a while, Yi Chu Qianyue calmed down. Let's go. Yi Chu Qianyue roared and turned to leave. Lu Ming had already entered the golden light wall. There was no need for them to stay here. It was meaningless to stay. In the blink of an eye, the people of the heavenly human tribe disappeared without a trace. After Lu Ming passed through the golden light wall, he appeared in a spacious secret chamber. The secret chamber was empty. There was nothing in it. There was no other passage or gate. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. Where was the 5 elements immortal tier? After so many years, someone finally came here. A voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming was startled. He looked around, but did not see anyone. Who is it? Lu Ming shouted. I'm above you. The voice sounded again. It sounded very young, like a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Lu Ming looked up. There was suddenly a light above the secret chamber. Then, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was only a little more than a meter tall. She had a ponytail, and her face was red. It was indeed a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Chapter 4388. The little girl was barefooted. Her feet were white and tender, chubby, and quite cute. She gently lifted her feet and landed in front of Lu Ming, looking at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming also looked at the little girl curiously. It's not a real body. It's just a shadow. Lu Ming's heart moved. He could clearly see that the little girl was not a real body, not a flesh and blood life, but a shadow. It looked like it was condensed by light, and it looked very illusory. What's your name? The little girl stared at Lu Ming and asked. Lu Ming, what about you? Lu Ming answered truthfully and then asked a question in return. You can call me Jade Maiden. What do you think? It's a nice name, right? After saying that, she looked at Lu Ming with a hopeful face. That it's very nice. Lu Ming said somewhat against his will. Hee, I knew it. My name is just nice. Hee, nice. The little girl was immersed in joy alone. Lu Ming, that Jade Maiden, do you have 5 elements immortal tears here? Lu Ming asked. 5 elements immortal tears, of course, I have it, but if you want it, you have to promise me a condition. Jade Maiden also reacted, knowing that they were going to do business. Her small face put on a serious look. It was just that she was too cute. Even if she put on a serious look, she still looked charmingly naive. What condition? Lu Ming resisted the urge to pinch Jade Maiden's chubby face and asked. It's very simple. It's to cultivate the qi refining technique I taught you. Jade Maiden said. Qi refining technique? What's that? Cultivating true qi? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course not. In your words, the qi refinement technique is a cultivation method from the last era. It absorbs the innate primordial qi for one's own use, refines the gold core, transforms the nascent soul, and finally ascends to immortality, becoming immortal. In the ancient desolation continent of the previous epoch, the main path of cultivation was the qi refinement art. It was extremely mysterious and full of mysteries. It was much stronger than your current path of cultivation and had a much brighter future. What do you think? Jade Maiden muttered a bunch of things and finally looked at Lu Ming as if she was trying to trick a child. It's actually a cultivation path from the previous era. Lu Ming said softly. His eyes were bright, and he was also quite moved. Based on the evidence Xiao Chun had, the great desolate continent of the previous epoch was incredibly prosperous. Its overall strength was much stronger than it was now, with many experts. This could be seen from the fact that the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer were exploring the ruins of the universe. Moreover, the Taishang Immortal City was just a city left behind from the previous epoch, but it contained countless epochs, which made the Divine Lord Realm experts fight over it. Based on this evidence, the cultivation civilization of the great desolate continent of the previous epoch was much stronger than it was now. How could Lu Ming not be willing to cultivate the cultivation method of the previous epoch? Of course, I'm willing to cultivate it. Lu Ming quickly nodded. Well, you can cripple your own cultivation, and then I will teach you the qi refinement art. You can stay here and cultivate in peace. When you have some achievements in cultivation, you can go out and carry forward the qi refinement art. Jade Maiden muttered again, but Lu Ming's face changed greatly. What? You want me to cripple my own cultivation and cultivate here in the future? No, I can't do that. Lu Ming immediately refused. What a joke. He had spent so much effort to cultivate to his current level. How could it be possible for him to cripple his own cultivation? Right now, he had a taboo body and controlled the taboo power. His fighting strength was incomparably strong and had reached 13 stars. His future was limitless. Even if he cultivated the Qi refinement art, could he have his current achievements? Also, if he were to stay here and cultivate, he wouldn't go out? He still had to bring the 5 elements immortal tears out to save Dandan and Ling Yue. No matter what, he couldn't agree to these 2 conditions. Therefore, Lu Ming refused straightforwardly. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let me tell you, although you're strong now, when you cultivate the Qi refinement art to a high level, you will not be weaker than you are now, and might even be stronger than you are now. Furthermore, the Qi refinement art has unlimited possibilities, and it is much more promising than you are now. Also, you want to go out because you want to bring the 5 elements immortal tears out to save someone, right? Don't worry about that. I can send the 5 elements immortal tears out to your friends. Don't you have 2 friends waiting for you outside? Jade Maiden continued to earnestly persuade Lu Ming. At the same time, she praised the Qi refinement art to the heavens. However, Lu Ming only shook his head. He had never cultivated the Qi refinement art before. Who knew if it was good or not? Who knew if Jade Maiden was bragging? Who knew if the Qi refinement art taught by Jade Maiden was high level or not? Even if it was a cultivation technique from the previous era, there would definitely be a difference in level. What if Jade Maiden taught him a very low-level one? Ew, why are you so stubborn? If you don't agree, I won't give you the 5 elements immortal tears. In the end, Jade Maiden pouted and released a big move. You can't be so shameless. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. So what if I'm shameless? The Jade Maiden glared at Lu Ming. She had a self-righteous look on her face. Lu Ming, it wasn't easy for me to find someone who could comprehend some Qi refinement art. I definitely can't let you go. You have to give it a try, Jade Maiden continued. Lu Ming knew that Jade Maiden said that he had comprehended some Qi refinement art. It should be the hieroglyphs on the golden wall outside. Could it be that no one had come here before me? As far as I know, someone had come here 60 years ago, right? Lu Ming asked. Since Dandan knew that there were 5 elements immortal tears here, someone must have come here before. Yes, but those people are all trash. They don't have enough talent and aren't suitable for cultivation. You, on the other hand, are different. Your talent is very high. You only used 3 years to comprehend some Qi cultivation arts and enter this place. You're more suitable than those people. I won't let you go. Let me tell you, I definitely won't let you go. Jade Maiden muttered nonstop. All right, I can agree with you. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly said, You really agree? Jade Maiden was surprised. She didn't expect Lu Ming to change his mind so quickly. Previously, he was determined not to agree, but now he changed his mind? Yes, I agree. Lu Ming nodded. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of an idea. Behead 3 corpses technique. Yes, it was the behead 3 corpses technique. The behead 3 corpses technique could sever the past, present, and future. And now, Lu Ming could only sever his past and present. He had yet to sever his future. It's not that Lu Ming couldn't do it, but he didn't have a suitable opportunity to sever his future. His past body cultivated divine power, and his present body controlled taboo power. Then, what should he cultivate if he severed his future body? Now he had it. After severing his future body, he could cultivate Qi refinement art here. Chapter 4389. Fei Huang once said that the 3 corpse execution technique was extremely mysterious. If one could cultivate it to great success, it would be of great help in breaking through a crucial realm in the future. However, the fusion of the past, present, and future would burst out with endless potential. Lu Ming had always wanted to create his future self, but he hadn't found a cultivation method for his future self. And Qi refinement technique was the most suitable. Similarly, his future self could also stay here for a long time to cultivate. All right, then quickly cripple your own cultivation. Jade Maiden said, Cripple my own cultivation? No, there's no need to cripple my own cultivation. Lu Ming shook his head. No need to cripple your own cultivation? That won't do. Qi refinement technique and your current power will clash. They can't coexist. Jade Maiden shook her head. There's no need to coexist. I'll tell you the truth. I've cultivated a secret technique that can cut out the past, present, and future. As long as I cut out my future self, I'll let my future self and you cultivate Qi refinement technique here. Lu Ming said. What? You? Jade Maiden suddenly jumped up. Her eyes were wide open. Her red little face was full of shock. Could it be that you've mastered the 3 corpse execution technique? Jade Maiden held back for a long time and finally said this sentence. You also know the 3 corpse execution technique? Lu Ming asked. Nonsense, of course I know. No one in the great desolate continent doesn't know. Let me tell you, the 3 corpse execution technique is the Qi refinement technique of a top expert in the great desolate continent. It's incomparably mysterious and can be called the top Qi refinement technique. I thought it was lost, but I didn't expect it to be mastered by you. Jade Maiden muttered again. Wait a minute. Lu Ming interrupted Jade Maiden's muttering and said, Tell me, I can cultivate Qi refinement technique after cutting out my future self. Does it meet your conditions? Of course. Jade Maiden nodded again and again. That's good. I'll start cultivating now and cut out my future self. At that time, you have to give me the 5 elements immortal tears. Also, I want 2 drops. Lu Ming said. No problem. I still have 3 drops here. By the way, you can take the 5 elements immortal tears out of the supreme immortal city. Jade Maiden said. All right. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't waste any more time and sat down cross-legged. In his mind, he carefully thought about the art of severing 3 corpses and then began to cultivate. It was not that easy to cultivate the art of severing 3 corpses. It took Lu Ming a few months to officially begin the process of severing his future self. His body began to tremble violently. Both his body and soul were in excruciating pain. His body began to sway violently, as if it were about to split apart, and another figure appeared. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. This time, with the experience of creating his past self, the process was much smoother. A few days later, Lu Ming successfully created his future self. Sitting cross-legged opposite Lu Ming's present body was a figure that looked identical to Lu Ming. It was his future body. It was just that the current future self did not have the slightest bit of cultivation, nor the slightest bit of power. It was incomparably pure. Good. Jade Maiden danced around the future body unceasingly, sizing it up unceasingly. She was very satisfied. In her opinion, the future self was very suitable to cultivate Qi refinement art. It was more suitable than Lu Ming's self-destruction of cultivation. Because the future self had not cultivated before, it was very pure. It was like a piece of unpolished jade that had not been carved. As long as it was slightly carved, it could become a piece of treasure. I will now teach you the Qi refinement art's cultivation method. Immediately, Jade Maiden dictated the Qi refinement art's cultivation method. Lu Ming memorized it in his heart. Subsequently, Lu Ming's future self began to comprehend the Qi refinement art. Lu Ming's present self sat quietly at the side and did not disturb it. The future self was incomparably pure. Moreover, it had the talent and comprehension of the present self. Unexpectedly, there were no obstacles in cultivating Qi refinement art. It was very smooth. In just 3 months, the future self had cultivated Qi refinement art. In his dantian, a wisp of Qi was condensed. This Qi was completely different from true Qi and divine Qi. It seemed to be of a higher level and pure. Amazing, truly amazing. You actually managed to cultivate Qi refinement art in just 3 months. You are simply a genius in cultivating Qi refinement art. Jade Maiden kept circling Lu Ming's future self. Her face was full of admiration. Whatever I cultivate, I am a genius. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Of course, he did not say it out loud. He was afraid that Jade Maiden would be unhappy. After all, he had not obtained the 5 elements immortal tier yet. Jade Maiden, can you give me the 5 elements immortal tier now? Lu Ming's present self said. Of course, but your future self has to stay here and continue cultivating. You should know that Qi refinement art is all-encompassing and unfathomable. You have only grasped the surface of it. There are still countless things to learn. It will take a long time. Jade Maiden said, No problem. My future self will stay here and learn from you. Lu Ming's present self nodded. As for his future self, he naturally wouldn't object. His original intention was to cultivate Qi refinement art. All right, I'll give you the 5 elements immortal tier. Jade Maiden stretched out her hand and pointed in the air. A ripple appeared in the air, and then a jade bottle appeared out of thin air. No storage ring. What kind of method is this? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Jade Maiden was just an illusion, not a physical body, and did not have any storage treasures. The jade bottle seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Could it be that the item was hidden in the void? The jade lady waved her hand, and the jade bottle flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and received it. When he opened it, he saw 3 drops of liquid inside. They were like water droplets, crystal clear. However, when Lu Ming took a closer look, the color of the water droplets changed again. They emitted a colorless light that was dazzling. With the 5 elements immortal tier in hand, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Xianxia and Lingyue were saved. Thank you. Lu Ming's present self cupped his fists and said, Let's go, let's go, let's go. Jade Maiden waved her hand again and again with a look of disdain. Her current thoughts were all on her future self. A wave of energy appeared out of thin air and enveloped Lu Ming's present self. With a roll, Lu Ming's body directly disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had already left the secret room and reappeared outside the golden wall of light. Young Master, Big Brother Lu Ming. When Autumn Moon and Bubbles saw Lu Ming, they immediately flew over. Big Brother Lu Ming, how is it? Did you get the 5 elements immortal tier? Bubbles asked. Got it. Lu Ming nodded. Autumn Moon and Bubbles were overjoyed. Dandan, that guy is really lucky. He's saved now. Bubble chuckled. Although she and Dandan often bickered, their relationship was actually very close. With Dandan's life and death unknown, she was also burning with anxiety. Let's go. Let's leave this place and find a place to recover Dandan and Lingyue. Lu Ming said. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.